All right, good evening and welcome to the June 21st, 2025 Zoning Hearing Master Meeting. I'm Pamela Jo Hatley. I'll be serving as your Zoning Hearing Master this evening. Before we get started, if you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. Again, I'm Pamela Jo Hatley. I'll be serving as your Zoning Hearing Master this evening. To my right is Susan Finch, also a Zoning Hearing Master, and she will be presiding over the first hearing tonight. If you have any devices with you tonight that make noise, would you please silence those at this time? And thank you for that. I will now would like to introduce Michelle Heinrich with the Hillsborough County Development Services Department. Ms. Heinrich will introduce staff and any agenda changes.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. With the County Attorney's Office, to my left is Mary Dorman. To her left with the Planning Commission is Tyreek Royal. And then on the other side of the dais is James Ratliff with Transportation Review. And we do not have any changes to bring before you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Heinrich. All right, meeting procedures tonight will be as follows. The agenda consists of items that require a public hearing by a hearing master before going to the Board of County Commissioners for a final decision. I will conduct a hearing on each agenda item today and will submit a written recommendation. My written recommendations will be filed with the clerk of the board within 15 working days after the conclusion of today's public hearings. The Board of County Commissioners will consider the record of today's public hearings and my recommendations and will make a final decision on each application at a publicly noticed meeting on a date and time set by the Board of County Commissioners. The hearings today will be informal. I will ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony and will may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate. I will decide all questions of procedure. I will take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony shall be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding of fact unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil court action. The order of presentation will be as follows. For each case, the county staff will introduce the item. Then the applicant and the applicant's witnesses will have 15 minutes to present the proposal. County Development Services will have 5 minutes to present its findings and recommendations. Planning Commission will have 5 minutes to present its findings of compliance or non-compliance with the comprehensive plan. Proponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments in support of the proposal. Opponents will have 15 minutes to present arguments against the proposal. County staff will then have 5 minutes to present any amended recommendations, and the applicant will have 5 minutes to present any rebuttal or summation testimony. The 15 minutes for proponents and opponents is the total time allotted among the speakers. So if there are a number of persons who wish to speak, on an item tonight, the 15 minutes will be distributed among those speakers. Also, if there are a number of speakers here tonight on an agenda item, you may designate a single spokesperson to represent your views. When you come to the microphone tonight to speak, please first state your name and address for the record. This meeting is being recorded, so please make sure you speak into the microphone clearly so your testimony can be recorded. When you're finished speaking, please see the clerk to my left here to sign in for the record. Now we'll hear from the County Attorney's Office, who will state legal requirements for requesting oral argument at the public meeting where the Board of County Commissioners will make the final decision on each item.
Good evening. This is Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present evidence and testimony. Any evidence presented tonight will become part of the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its September 29th, 2025 land use meeting, unless a different date is stated by staff. When considering applications, the board will only review the record and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer for each application. The land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on August 11th, 2025. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. The following applications may not be placed on the consent agenda: applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications on roadways with a failing level of service, applications that do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing. The board will allow testimony by any party of record at its public meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Testimony by a party of record shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer, unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who has been certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. The content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the land use hearing officer. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorman. All right, so all testimony tonight shall be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, please stand and raise your hand to be sworn in. Any who are online who also wish to speak, please raise your hand to be sworn in. All right, do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. All right. So hearing officer Finch will hear the first case, and Ms. Heinrich, I think we're ready to introduce it.
Sure. The first item is item B1, PD 24-1155. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from ASC1 to Plain Development. And Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, hearing officers. Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. This is a remand for a limited piece of, actually 2 pieces of information. So I'm going to go somewhat swiftly through this. You approved it previously, but the full record is submitted to the staff. It's the Seffner Mango area, 5.06 acres, located at the apex of I-4 and I-75, as you can see here by the property appraiser. Issue is ASC1 to PD for a professional residential facility for purposes of addiction rehabilitation for a maximum of 500 persons. The remand is specifically for the increase of height from 14 feet to 30 foot, and there is a change of footprints on the site plan that I'll show you as well. But that was the item that generated the change. Planning Commission, DSD supported, Natural Resources, EPC, Conservation, Environmental Lands, no objections, ZHM approved. These are the uses that typically fall within a residential treatment, particularly for this site. So this plan shows 2 separate buildings at 10,444 square feet. We have a 20-foot B buffer with a 35-foot setback on the north. You can see that there's substantial areas left with conceptual stormwater and conceptual floodplain. This was the prior plan that had 3 buildings that has been modified as a result of the change of height. Variations which are well stated in the staff report include the 20-foot B natural forestation versus 20-foot B on the west side, and a 20-foot buffer with natural forestation versus the 30-foot C on the south. DSD, Development Services, have a number of comments that are positive. Zoning in the immediate area. CG is to the east, owned by the applicant, and you can see there's intensive zoning on the south. Importantly, the site is in the CMU 12 future land use category. Planning Commission as well has positive comments. Further noting that there's a public lands corridor that provides some further buffering on the west. So with that, I would ask whatever was in the record prior with this, bringing back for remand would be included, and what you saw tonight has been included in the record as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just have a couple questions before you leave. I read the revised narrative and also the conditions that are proposed to be added regarding building appearance. I've read all of that into the record, or as a part of the record. And I just had a quick question. Your revised narrative talks about, it says the applicant is proposing a 30-foot high building at a 35-foot setback, and this is my question right here, of which 3 feet is 3 feet higher than is what is typically allowed and reviewed under a compatibility basis. Are you saying 3 feet higher, meaning 27 feet? What does that mean?
That's a good question. I don't have an immediate answer. PD plan is 3 feet. I think the best answer I give you is PD plan is 3 feet, and I believe that meets code.
Three
but I see
feet.
Michelle.
Ms. Heinrich.
You're kind of catching me a little bit on this. I'm sorry. Michelle,
Sorry,
please.
is that from the staff report, Ms. Finch?
No, this is from Mr. Pressman's own
my comment.
narrative that he
Okay.
submitted into the record. Because I went back and looked at it because the staff report references a revised narrative. So I went
Got it.
to optics and pulled it. And it says you're proposing a 30-foot height, I get it, with a setback of 35 feet. I get that too. The part that confused me was it says of which is 3 feet higher than what is typically allowed. Where's the 3 feet? I don't understand that.
I don't have an immediate answer for you, quite
Okay.
frankly. I wrote that, and I don't know if that would, quite frankly, as we're standing here, if that's an error or not. I see.
Okay. But just for the record, just so we're clear, perhaps that's an error and you're asking for a 30-foot height.
Correct.
With a 35-foot
That is
setback.
correct.
I understand.
Yes.
And I've read all of the revised conditions, so
Thank
that
you.
was my only questions. Don't forget to sign in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Development Services. Good evening.
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. And I think what it was is it's something that needed to be corrected, and perhaps that was an older version or it just wasn't. So the applicant is meeting the setback on the northern property line.
Okay.
To answer that question.
Okay. All right.
So this application was initially heard at the April 15th ZHM hearing, and it was subsequently at the June 10th board meeting, where the applicant requested the remand to increase the height from 14 feet to 30 feet. The applicant is proposing, as I'm sure you've gone through the report and you've seen, a 20-foot wide buffer with type B screening. The north setback is 35 feet, which is sufficient also for the compatibility, and a condition to maintain a residential appearance. Staff has no further comments because the change is relatively minimal. And that concludes, staff is supportive and has no other comments unless you had any questions.
No, just a comment to thank you for including the change and the reason for the remand in your summary and your staff report. So thank you for that. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
All right, that was it. Planning Commission.
Good evening, Tyreek Royal, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area. The subject site currently has single-family uses. Single-family uses are also located to the north and east. Vacant land is also to the east. Light and heavy industrial and commercial uses are to the south and southeast. The proposed rezoning from AS1 to PD to allow for a professional residential facility meets Objective 1 and Flu Policy 1.4. Overall, staff finds that proposed use is allowable use in CMU 12, future land use category, and is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. The proposed planned development will allow for development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Based upon that and the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed planned development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now we'll call for anyone who would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor of the application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, no one? Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pressman, you have the last word if you'd like it. All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 24-1155, and I'll turn the hearing back over to Hearing Master Hatley.
All right, thank you, Ms. Finch. All right, we're here, ready to hear the next case, please.
Our next item is item C1, standard rezoning 25-0867. The applicant is requesting to zone property, which is currently zone AI, to M. Michelle Montalbano with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Hi.
Good evening, Annie Barnes, Associate Planner at Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2100, Tampa, Florida, 33602, representing the applicant and owner Mosaic. This is a standard rezoning request to rezone property from AI to M. The portion of the property subject to this request is approximately 3.14 acres in size and located east of Old US Highway 41A, adjacent to Burt's Road. The future land use of the property and surrounding property is LI, light industrial. The zoning of the subject property is AI and M. However, this request is for the portion of the property zoned AI. Surrounding property or zoning is manufacturing and PDs that allow industrial uses. Historically, this portion of the subject property had agricultural zoning. The area surrounding the property had agricultural and manufacturing zone properties. However, over time, this area has turned strictly into an industrial area. Planning Commission staff found this request consistent with the underlying future land use and comprehensive plan. Development Services staff also found this rezoning request consistent with the intensive zoning district's uses and development pattern of the surrounding area. Therefore, we respectfully request a recommendation of approval. Our team is available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you. No questions for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Montalbano, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AI, or agricultural industrial, to M, manufacturing. The site is located in Riverview in the middle of an industrial area and surrounded by manufacturing, processing, or commercial intensive uses. Each property abutting the subject site is zoned M or within PD 990655, which permits the Mosaic photorizer gypsum stack to the east. Therefore, staff finds the rezoning request approvable. Rezoning the subject site from AI to M is consistent with the zoning district's uses and development pattern of the area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who, I'm sorry, I skipped Planning Commission. Planning Commission, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. The proposal meets intent of Flu Objective 4.4, Flu Policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised mostly of vacant, heavy commercial, and heavy industrial uses. The portion of the site not included in this rezoning request is already zoned for manufacturing, as is the property immediately to the north. Given the surrounding industrial and commercial context, the proposed rezoning aligns with the established development pattern and is compatible with the adjacent uses. Therefore, the request is consistent with the intent and requirement of Flu Objective 4.4 and Policy 4.4.1. Overall, staff finds the proposed zoning district is allowable in the light industrial future land use category. It is compatible with the existing land use development pattern within the surrounding area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff find that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. County staff, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And applicant, did you have anything further? All right, applicant says no. All right, thank you. This will close the hearing on rezoning standard 25-0867.
Our next application is item D1, PD 24-1116. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR to plain development. Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer and staff. Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street, here tonight representing the applicant. As part of the applicant's team, we also have Kayla Harrell, the planner, who will be making the primary presentation. Jeremy Couch is the project engineer, and Michael Yates is our transportation engineer. Should you have any technical questions, they won't be presenting, but they're here to answer any questions that you have. This facility, Madam Hearing Officer, has been at this location for approximately 30 years. And I want to be very clear tonight that the request before you is simply to adjust the allowable uses on the site. We're not seeking to expand the footprint or add any more square footage. We just need to address the allowable uses on the site, which is what the presentation is going to focus on. Also important, just for the record and for the people watching and for the Board of County Commissioners, this is not a hearing to allow a cell tower. There's been a previous whole set of hearings and appeals about a cell tower. This is not what the hearing is about. We have to show the cell tower on the site plan per your land development code in order for it to be there, but that's not the request tonight. Excuse me. We are, as again, we're not adding any square footage or increasing the footprint, but we will be making improvements on the property, including some transportation improvements that Ms. Harrell will go over. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to her, and we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kayla Harrell. I'm a land use planner with Tampa Civil Design. I have been sworn. I'm at 2841 Executive Drive, Suite 220, Clearwater, Florida. First and foremost, I would just like to thank everyone for allowing us to be here today. We have worked collaboratively and very lengthy with staff to try to get to this point, so we are very thankful to be here today. The request before you today is a very unique application. We are requesting to rezone from agricultural rural to planned development. We are requesting to bring special event uses into legal conformity. A little background on the site before I go forward is the site was strategically sought out in 1995 to be strategically located between Hillsborough County and Pinellas County. The Philippine Cultural Center is an umbrella organization that is part of a national network of other cultural centers. And overall, they promote the county's goals of accommodating diverse cultural institutions and community centers that enhance the quality of life. With me here today is Jim Porter, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, Jeremy Couch with Tampa Civil Design. This is just an aerial of the property. It is approximately 10 acres in size. The address is 14301 Nine Eagles Drive. It is just slightly north of Racetrack Road. It's in the northwest Hillsborough County. The closest residential is 70 feet to the east in San Shalaford Court. It is surrounded by CDD, the West Chase CDD, which is undevelopable land. Surrounding area is a combination of neighborhood mixed uses. Residential is to the east and west. Schools and commercial office are to the south. The property has a future land use that is split between R2 and RCP. R2 makes up approximately 8.7 acres, and RCP makes up about 1.3 acres. The zoning of the property is agricultural rural, and it is surrounded on all sides by planned development. In summary, the property is approximately 10 acres. It's in the Northwest Hillsborough Community Planning Area, also within the urban service area. Request to rezone to planned development to allow for existing non-conforming special event uses occurring at the cultural center. To recap some of our transportation, we are constructing a right turn lane to be constructed at the northern entry point. The southern access point is to be converted to exit only. After site construction, the site will have 105 paved parking spaces and will be able to accommodate up to 317 with grass parking spaces. This is just an overview of the northern area of the site. Some of these photos were taken from their annual Phil Fest. and just to kind of give context of how the site operates on the northern area. This is an overview of the southern area of the site, where the 14,300 square foot multi-purpose building is, and how they utilize the indoor center. The proposed uses are as follows. They will be categorized under the special event venue. That is to include indoor and outdoor weddings, high school proms, neighborhood fairs, agricultural stands that are in conjunction with their annual Phil Fest, banquet and reception hall, and any cultural facility uses are to remain as previously approved. The restrictions of the site will be conditioned as follows. Proposed uses will be outlined also in the staff report. Small events are to include daily operation needs, meeting needs, small weddings or school functions. Medium events are to include larger cultural events and weddings. And then large events is specific to Phil Fest only, which is their annual event, and it only happens once a year. This is our plan development plan, broken up into two halves for viewing clarity, just so it's easy and readable. It's important to note that we are not proposing any changes to any structures on the site. This application is strictly meant to increase site functionality between overall operations, parking, and buffers. A traffic analysis was conducted for the site by Palm Traffic, and an administrative variance was also submitted with this application. We have also worked with staff, and this was found approvable by the county engineer. As previously mentioned, we are constructing a right turn lane, as you can see here in this picture. This is to help traffic efforts. And then our southern access point will be converted to exit only. And then an internal sidewalk connection will be created to connect to the external pedestrian connectivity. We are requesting a couple of variances with this application. Specifically, this one here is from the off-site parking and loading standards. This one is applicable only to the Phil Fest that happens once a year. It's just that the code states that off-site parking locations need to be within 300 feet within like the entrance to the site. And as you can see here, we exceed that. The event has previously operated under a conditional use permit. To mitigate some of the distance, they have supplied shuttles that operate in 15-minute increments during the event. Additional personnel is also provided for these events to navigate safety, traffic, and noise compliance. Off-site parking agreements have also been in place for over 20 years. They have these parking agreements with Farnell Middle School, Bryan Elementary, and Nine Eagles Dental, as seen here on the slide. This slide is to overview our buffer reductions and an enhanced buffer that we are proposing. The variances are in red, where the site does not currently meet the 20-foot type B buffer that is required. This is because in the original design and permitting when the site was constructed, these were not requirements that were put in place. The 0-foot buffer to the northwest, where you can see the sheds, this was previously approved as a 0-foot buffer under the cell tower permit. As you can see here to the bottom left, the site is surrounded on all sides by the Water Chase CDD. This is undevelopable land and will never be developed, so with these buffer reductions, they are not impacting any nearby residences or communities. We did meet with the neighbors that are surrounding the community in April. We had a neighborhood information meeting. Based on feedback, we have proposed an enhanced buffer to the right, highlighted here in yellow. With that, we have come to agree that we will put up a 6-foot solid fence, and we are promoting additional vegetation, specifically red cedar trees to fill any gaps in vegetation, and then all other buffers will meet the current code, the 20-foot type B buffer. This is just an overview of what the current vegetation looks like to the east, viewing through to the San Shaliford Court residence. This is what we will be enhancing. Overall, we were found consistent by Planning Commission, and we were found approvable with Development Services, and we are also compatible with Objective 1.4 and Policy 1.45 of the Comprehensive Plan. And this concludes my presentation. My team is available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, I don't think I have any questions for you, though. Thank you.
Good evening, Sam Ball with Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 10.04 acres from AR to PD to allow for a mixed-use development. That would include an event center, a cultural facility, and a wireless communications facility. The property is currently developed for cultural center use under zoning interpretation ZI 13-111, which was issued in 2013. The allowable uses are limited to only those related to the Philippine culture and that are conducted or sponsored by the Philippine Cultural Foundation. With this PD, the events center's allowable operations would include the rental or use of the facility for events and activities for a more general nature. The event center uses would include indoor and outdoor weddings, agricultural stands, banquet and reception hall, neighborhood fairs with attendance restrictions based on the number of vehicles. For the small events, attendance would be limited to no more than 105 vehicles, which could only be parked in permanent parking spaces within the property. The small events would be allowed 7 days a week between the hours of 10 a.m. and 11 p.m., and the number of small events would not be restricted. Medium events are events having between 106 and 317 vehicles. These medium-sized events would be limited to 4 occasions per year, and the events would be restricted to the hours of 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. on Fridays, Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. The large events would be limited to 1 occasion per year, and the attendance would be restricted to 317 vehicles parked on site and approved off-site parking. The off-site parking areas must be connected to the event center with continuous sidewalks and crosswalks, except for crossings that are managed by the off-duty police officers. The crosswalks would be required for collector or arterial roadways. The large events are restricted from Friday to the following days and hours: Friday from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. On April 15th, 2024, special use application SU CFW 24280 was approved to allow for a wireless communication facility on the property. Section 61129C of the Land Development Code requires that planned development zonings approved after 2005 must expressly permit a wireless communication facility as an approved use. Therefore, this PD would recognize the previous approval of the wireless communication facilities that was approved under the AR zoning. An 11C alcoholic beverage special use permit was issued on March 6, 2001 to permit the sale and consumption of beer, wine, and liquor on the premises to members and their guests as a chartered social club. The wet zone area is restricted to the 14,300 square foot indoor assembly and cultural facility that is shown on this general site plan. The sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages for non-cultural facility events would require a new permit. The subject property is surrounded by 3 large planned developments that have been developed for single-family attached and detached use. The significant areas of wetlands covering the adjoining properties serve to separate the subject property from directly abutting the residential properties. A large mixed-use node located approximately 0.3 miles to the south is developed for freestanding and strip retail, a health practitioner's office, single-family attached and single-family detached office, light industrial, and school use. Bryan Elementary and Farnell Middle Schools are located approximately 1,650 feet south of the property. If this application is approved, the site development will be limited to a 24,230 square foot gross floor area for use as a special events venue and the cultural facility uses and a wireless communication facility in accordance with special use. With the approved special use. The wireless communications tower shall be camouflaged as a pine tree and is limited to an overall height of 195 feet, which would include a lightning rod and camouflage components. The location of the communication facility, the buildings and activities, and parking areas shall be shown, shall be limited to where they're shown on the site plan. Variations include buffering and screening reductions along the northern, eastern, and southern boundaries, and a variation to off-site parking. Staff has no objection to proposed variations. And the applicant is limiting off-site parking to one event per year and to include the following off-street requirements or that I mentioned. Basically, staff, based on the surrounding zoning development pattern and proposed uses and use restrictions in the standard, staff finds the request approvable subject to conditions. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you so much. No questions for you. All right, Planning Commission?
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. The proposal meets intent and flew Objective 16 and its accompanying policies that will require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the community design component of the FLU require new developments to recognize the existing community and be designed to relate and to be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern consists of mostly single-family, public, quasi-public, institutional uses. The applicant included in the revised request uploaded into optics on May 19, 2025, their frequency and size for special events. Smaller events that take place daily and primarily indoors operate daily between the hours of 10 a.m. and 11 p.m. No two events or uses will occur at the same time, and each event ends by 11 p.m. to ensure minimal disruption to the neighboring properties. These events may utilize performance stage and outdoor event spaces and will be in compliance with the Hillsborough County Environmental Protection Commission noise level ordinance. With the applicant's proposed conditions and mitigation measures, the proposed use is consistent with the policy direction and the future land use element relating to neighborhood protection compatibility. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use is an allowable use in the residential 2 future land use category and is compatible with the existing land development pattern within the surrounding area. Based upon the above considerations and the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed development is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joey Omila, and I'm one of the founders of the Philippine Cultural Foundation on the cultural side. My capability was to plan all our cultural programs when we founded our facility. I'm here for representing our foundation, Philippine Cultural Foundation, who is a nonprofit 501c3, and I'm here today to speak about the foundation, how we started it. That is case number PD 24116. When we formed our foundation, we chose to have our dream property and cultural center to be within the Hillsborough County area, as we believe that this location, where we are today, is the most beneficial for all Filipino Americans within the Tampa Bay area. We then invited all existing Filipino organizations in the Tampa Bay to be part of our foundation so we can all work together to accomplish our goal of acquiring a property that we can call our own and benefit from it. We did it successfully. All 19 Filipino American organizations worked together on fundraising, and in 2 years we were able to purchase our 10-acre property and called it the Philippine Cultural Complex, Philippine Enrichment Complex. When we bought our property, there was nothing in our area except farmland and 9 Eagles Drive subdivision at the end of 9 Eagles Drive. Today, we are surrounded with condominiums, houses, schools, apartments, restaurants, and shopping areas. A year later, excited and ambitious, we applied for a grant from the state of Florida to build the first ever Philippine Cultural Center in the United States, standing in a property also owned by Filipino community. 2 years later, excited, Florida Governor Jeb Bush cut the ribbon of our center in the opening, which was named the Bayanihan Arts and Events Center. Bayanihan is the Philippine word which appropriately means working together. Since the founding, all Filipino Americans have enjoyed having their events at our beautiful indoor center. Even the county commissioner on election has used our center for several years now as one of the voting precincts for the convenience of all, especially our beloved neighbors. In 1995, we held our first Philippine festival in our property and called it PhilFest. And due to the success of the festival attended by Filipinos and Americans alike from all over the state of Florida and beyond, by 1997, PhilFest has become an annual 3-day Philippine festival with more than 9,000 to 10,000 attendees yearly, with many out-of-towners filling up 5 hotels in the area of Oldsmar near us. Today, the Philippine Cultural Foundation Incorporated is the pride of Tampa and the state of Florida. We have a folkloric Philippine dance company known all over the state of Florida, a bamboo orchestra, a Philippine choral group that has entertained schools, private facilities for the elderly and veterans. We even have a cultural center that has produced many Philippine events, weddings, concerts, art exhibits, painting classes, lectures, and language classes. A few years later, several schools have started using our facility for proms, and parents and teachers have expressed the satisfaction with our facility due to the location instead of downtown, the beauty of the facility, and the most important, the friendly Filipino staff. For the last couple of years, developers have offered exuberant prices to buy our property and build upper-class apartments and condominiums. We all declined them. Then we got complaints from some of our neighbors that we have regular outdoor events all year round. Not true. One even said that we applied originally for a garden property with the state of Florida. Not true. And on so on. Maybe these complaints are related to the developers who want our property so desperately. Who knows? Nobody knows. That is why we are here today to ask you to approve our application for rezoning so that we will be able to rent our property instead of just Filipinos to all that will be of service, not only to Filipinos but to our friendly neighbors, to many schools in Hillsborough County, to other Asian organizations, to continue and to contribute to the economy of Hillsborough County, filling up hotels, full house in Oldsmar when we have our events, and including our yearly festival, PhilFest. Allow us to open our doors and help us pay for our monthly expenses to keep our center afloat and the property asset of Hillsborough County for many, many years. And this is the pride of the Filipinos as well as the pride of Hillsborough County. Thank you very much for allowing us to present our case.
Sir,
Be
can
sure
you
and sign in with the clerk,
this?
sir.
And can you
Thank
also
you.
state your address on the record for us, please? Thank you.
Jose Omila. And what do you need?
And your
Your
address too, please.
Okay. Jose Omila, I am 1950 Hammocks Avenue, Luz, Florida, 33549. Thank you, I do
Thank you, sir.
apologize.
Thank you, and sign in with the clerk. It's all right. Was there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this application?
My name is Ash Alonso, and I have lived in Tampa Bay for a quarter of a century. My family moved to Florida from California when I was 4 years old, and we didn't have much family here. However, throughout my childhood and adolescence at the PCFI, I participated in musicals, fundraisers, dance competitions, and a plethora of activities that enabled me to feel not just part of the Filipino community, but Tampa Bay. I know this to be true not just for my family, but hundreds of thousands of people from different ethnicities and backgrounds, many of whom travel to Tampa from out of state just for this annual celebration. The PCFI is part of the reason why Florida is not just beaches and theme parks. Filipinos are part of the multicultural tapestry that makes Tampa Bay great, and prioritizing safe environments for youth development is essential to maintaining a safe city. The PCFI purchased the land in 1995, when West Chase was not a desirable district. Unfortunately, this is a pattern we continue to see. Black and brown communities build, and then the wealthy take. Disabling a national tourist destination in its 30th year, whose mission is to allow every American to benefit from Filipino culture, which has generated core memories for generations of families, as well as significant revenue for the county. just to replace it with more condos? This would tarnish your legacy as public servants and turn the large population of Filipino voters against you for any future office. I would also like to add that the county's job is to serve the public, which requires listening to us. Waiting until less than 2 hours before a hearing to inform constituents that their emailed comments will not be considered is, at best, a failure on the county's part and at worst, censorship. Please support any actions required to protect PCFI's right to continue conducting business as it has for the last 30 years. Thank you.
Can you please state your address for the record and your last name?
My name is Ash Alonzo. I currently reside at 2434 10th Avenue North, St. Pete, but I resided in Tampa Bay in the 33617 zip code from 2013 to 2019, and again from 2021 to 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Hello, my name is Janelle Cabrero, address 4004 North Branch Ave, Tampa, Florida, 33603. I am speaking in support of the rezoning of PCFI as a commercial zone because as the person before me stated, it has been a very formative thing for me to feel connected to my culture as a Filipino and connect with other people, some of them in the crowd here right now. And it's not just a personal thing, it is a Tampa thing. PCFI serves the same thing that the German club, the Italian club, the Cuban club, all established in Ybor and Tampa as cultural places to connect and find resources from the people of your same home. And PCFI has done that for the past 30 years for me and every other Filipino in the area and across Florida. And to tear that down would be akin to tearing down those cultural clubs that have existed in the past. That is all I have to say. It's been a very, very important thing for the community here and to watch it flourish in my lifetime from something that felt like a little secret to something that's brought people in from all across the state and country and outside of the Philippines for the events, but also for its services and being a consulate for Filipinos trying to come to America and so on. That is all I have. Thank you. Do I need to?
Thank you. Yes, please sign in. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else here who wishes to speak in support? Please come forward.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jessie Felipe. My current address is 6909 North Fremont Avenue, Tampa, zip 33604. I wanted to come in front of the Board of Commissions to thank you for listening to our plea in support of rezoning for the Bayanihan Arts Center. I too, like some of my colleagues here, I was actually not born here. I was born in the Philippines myself, but I've been in Tampa a long time. I grew up in Wesley Chapel area. My picture's actually on like the inaugural wall of the elementary school. The importance of Bayanihan Arts Center to me is it's the first place that I was able to make a connection to my heritage, even though I've grown up here so far away from it. I believe that there's also a lot of benefits to keeping the Philippine Arts Center because it's competitive to other programs and events that we're seeing in the area. For example, there's there's like a K-pop festival that opened up for this weekend at the Yangling Arts Center. There's things like the Lantern Market that has been taking place in Dade City for the last couple years. I find that having a place like the Bayanihan Arts Center that's not only open and capable of taking in a large group of people, but has experience in safely doing so, will allow Tampa to have a safe space for family events, for presentation, and things beyond just our cultural events as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Any other speakers in support of this application? And we have about 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. Is there anyone else besides the speaker at the microphone now who wishes to speak in support? All right, please go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Julie Feliciano. I live at 2324 West Union Street in Tampa, Florida, 33607. I support the Philippine Cultural Foundation's request to rezone the property where the Bayanihan Center, as well as the festival grounds for the annual Phil Fest cultural celebration takes place and has taken place for almost 3 decades. My parents immigrated here, but I was born and raised here in Tampa. I grew up in a lower income neighborhood with no biological family connection outside the immediate family who lived in my household. However, my mom frequently traveled to nearby West Jays, kept us involved in participating in community events and cultural programs hosted by PCFI, where we made lifelong connections and were blessed with a different type of family experience, but family nonetheless. The opportunity to experience the beautiful and enriched Filipino-American community we have here in Tampa Bay, largely cultivated by PCFI, has immeasurably influenced the trajectory of my life and so many others. I now own a growing Filipino-American inspired business that supports my family, is enjoyed by my community, and with it, I've been able to share my Filipino heritage through the love language of food, which I can thank my PCFI family for teaching me to speak. Endless volunteers and families have worked so hard for 3 decades to build PCFI and FilFest and the Bainian Center into what it is today. The arts programs, consulate services, and community events hosted by PCFI have played crucial roles in building a stronger, more vibrant Tampa Bay, and not to forget, also contribute to the economic growth via tourism, attracting travelers from other cities and states. I support, along with countless others, PCFI's rezoning initiatives that will allow it to continue operation and continue its cultural contributions to Tampa Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else here who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here?
I would like.
All right, is there someone online who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Yes.
All right, please go ahead. You have about 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Sage Marcelin, and I live 545 Central Avenue, St. Petersburg, Florida. I had the opportunity to attend FilFest for the first time this year, and it was just a beautiful display of culture and love and appreciation. And I would love to see it continue for the next 30 years. And that's all of my comments.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? May I ask first, how many speakers do we have who wish to speak in opposition? Just raise your hand, please, so I can take a count. So I see 1, 2, we have 1 at the microphone, 4. Is there anyone online who is speaking in opposition?
Yes.
Yes. All right, are there 2 online? Is that 2?
2 of us.
Okay.
Yes, 2.
All right, so we have 6 speakers altogether, I believe. Okay, so that would be about 2.5 minutes each, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Fraser Henderson, and I strongly oppose the rezoning application. PCFI is great. Nobody is threatening to tear them down. They're already zoned. They already operate as a cultural centre with a cultural mission. The zoning request has nothing to do with Philippine cultural. It is actually, well, let me get into it. So this proposal is not a mere rezoning request. It seeks to establish a high-intensity, high-usage, 7-night-a-week until 11 p.m. events venue in the middle of a residential area. We saw it with our own eyes of the map. It's surrounded by residential housing. It wasn't 30 years ago, but it is today. The PAM traffic study confirms that the surrounding road infrastructure is inadequate to support such activity. The land in question is encircled by thousands of homes, protected wetlands, an area that demands preservation, not disruption. This is really similar to if a Tampa nightclub owner proposed building a similar venue here in the middle of a residential neighbourhood. It would be outright rejected. It is hiding under the guise of being Philippine. It is not, because none of these events they're planning and hosting have anything to do with Philippine cultural. You may wonder why I describe it as a 7-night-a-week venue. Well, the application they have mentions limits, so it can be 7 nights, up until 11 p.m. Allow me to clarify a few points, though, and how misleading and insufficient and deceptive this proposal seems. Marilyn Martinez, Director of Administrative Services of Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's Office, has confirmed the following. The rezoning will strip the property of its current tax exemption. Under its 7500 non-profit cultural classification, it currently enjoys a minimal tax rate of $3,500 annually on the $4.5 million valuation property. Rezoning for commercial activities and unrelated to its non-profit cultural mission will increase annual property tax to an estimated $75,000 a year. The applicant is fully aware of this significant tax increase, yet persists with the proposal. I have evidence to show you from the office of this being factual. I'll submit that. How can they afford such a financial burden and increased expense? Well, the answer is clear. They plan to host a high volume of very large-scale events. But you might be thinking, well, the application restricts the number of large events. It actually doesn't. If you read the application, it does not restrict the number of large events. The proposed limits are riddled with loopholes. The application defines a small event as up to 105 cars, which could easily translate to 400 or more attendees. Hardly small, especially when it's 60 feet from the nearest residential property. It's lunacy that this is being proposed.
All right,
a medium
sir?
event, sorry, I won't put my comments in. A medium event allows up to 317 cars, large events over 317. There's also another critical loophole. External parking spaces, they say in their application, will not count towards the on-site parking maximum. So this means small events could balloon to thousands of attendees, 105 cars on site, lots and lots of people off-site that don't count towards the limit, apparently. If this is approved, the rezoning would really have a horrendous impact on the residential character of our community.
All right,
the
thank
financial
you.
implications
You've had
underscore the intent.
we're given 2.5 minutes. You have taken 3. I need your address for the record, please. And if you have a written statement there, you're welcome to submit it to the record.
Statement.
Okay.
The only way to make it financially viable, though, would be for them to have hundreds of events per year.
All right,
so that is the deception in this.
Please state your address on the record, sir.
12115 San Chaliford. I will submit artifacts showing the financials and everything else that is.
We also need your name for the record.
Fraser Henderson.
Microphone, please. Thank you.
Fraser Henderson, 12115 San Chaliford, Tampa.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker.
Hi, my name is John Restaino. I live at 14602 Tudor Chase Drive, 33626. Primarily rising in opposition due to traffic and safety concerns. As he said, nobody is saying that PhilFest should be stopped, and we're just looking to limit the changes that occur here. In the Palm traffic study, they themselves said they were hired by the Cultural Center that the proposed zoning modification is to bring the site into compliance with established PD. We have seen firsthand that for 20 years plus that I've lived in this neighborhood, they have not complied. They have hosted other events outside their cultural heritage, and that's been a problem for years. Even this year, currently they're supposed to end music at 10, both nights of the Cultural Fest. The music exceeded the ending hours. So we see constant violations, but the PhilFest is a great event and should continue. It's about changing it to other things that we oppose. As Fraser was mentioning, some of the things with the event parking, when I look at the county's estimate, existing zoning has a 24-hour two-way volume of 19 currently. For the smallest event that can occur on any day of the year, the 24-hour volume will increase from 19 to 2,100. That's in the county's information. That is a substantial increase. Peak trip hours, or peak hour trips, currently this document has it at 1, going to a minimum of 210 and up to possibly 334. That sounds like an incredible increase on a road that has 4 neighborhoods, 2 of which can only access via 9 Eagles. And most importantly, even if the event starts later in the day, the fact of the matter is vendors, staff have to come in early and set up. At that time of day, during the school year, there are 2 schools with probably in excess of 100 children that travel on their bikes, e-bikes, scooters, and every other device that they have. So I am very concerned for their safety, and I really think that it's too much on this road. This road in the county report and their report has been listed as residential and substandard.
Right,
Not us, that's them saying.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you have a written statement, you can submit it to the clerk as well. All right, next speaker, please. Remember, 2.5 minutes apiece, please. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Amanda Sifter. I live at 12016 Meridian Point Drive, Tampa 33626. I'm located about 800 feet from the Philippine Cultural Center. What I would like to do is just clarify 2 things that were stated previously. One, in the previous presentation, they stated that the buffer of 20 feet was not achievable, but what they forgot to tell you was they cut down acres of trees. There's a permit from 2010 that stated they were supposed to leave a 20-foot buffer. I don't know why they did not. And the second thing is Jim Porter stated that there would be no new construction. That is not true. Once the cellular tower is constructed, that will be new construction. What I'm going to take my 2 minutes to talk about is not land development, but just what the Cultural Center has given to the county over the years. In July 9th, 1999, the Board of Commissioners received a letter stating that they were going to build an event center so that they could have house paintings of Filipino artists, cultural arts exhibits, and it would be a venue for touring artists and to display their arts. Additionally, the Articles of Incorporation stated that the mission of their corporation is organized exclusively to teach Philippine cultural, music, dance, art, traditions, and language, and to provide scholarships to deserving students. It doesn't say that they were developed to host proms, dances, be a public events center. None of that is in the Articles of Incorporation. Additionally, they applied for a variance in 2013 for their signs. Whoever it was that applied stated at that time, the mission for the signs would be to educate the general public of our Philippine culture through cultural events and classes. Again, nothing about proms. If you look through the entire history of the Hillsborough County code enforcement that has happened, they have never once mentioned that they are trying to host all of these other public events. This has just been done behind everybody's backs and against what the county had regulated in 2012. They also have received millions of dollars from the state of Florida under their Cultural Grants Division. They have restrictions that state that they are not supposed to lease their land or facilities. Commercial is prohibited. On October 12, 2023, Rich Reedy received a letter from Arnel Beglet, who is the chairman of the Philippine Cultural Foundation. He stated that their income only comes from limited use of the facility by Filipinos only, and that is not accurate. Over the years, they've hosted proms, Alonzo, Sickles, Calvary. They've hosted weddings. If you go on Google, you can search hundreds and hundreds of events. I would also like to just say for the record that I personally, during PhilFest, went out there 4 different times with a decibel reader with 10-minute intervals, as according to chapters 1 through 10 of the Environmental Protection Agency. And the lowest decibel reading I received in a 10-minute span was 82. It ranged from 70 to 92, and this is very often until 11 p.m. at night. So it's not that we're telling them that they shouldn't host events. What we're saying is that historically they have not listened to what the county has said.
Okay.
They have events till 11 p.m. at night, and it is disturbing the residents.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay.
And we have other speakers, but
Fair.
if you have a written statement with your,
Yeah, I
the
don't give
rest,
this to you.
you
It's all
can
in here.
submit it to the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next speaker, please. Thank you. 2.5 minutes, please. Thank you.
My name is Abigail Cronin. I reside at 12111 San Shalford Court, Tampa 33626. I stand before you to adamantly oppose rezoning application PD 241116. I submitted a letter which outlined several areas of concern, and tonight I would like to highlight the 2 most troubling: noise and traffic. Our community in Northwest Hillsborough is a quiet suburban community. The Philippine Cultural Center is nestled among 4 community developments that share 9 Eagles Drive to access their front porches. My family's home is within earshot of the Philippine Cultural Center's annual PhilFest. Each spring, we endure gridlock on 9 Eagles and 27 hours of their amplified sound system at full decibel levels, rattling our windows and making our backyard unusable. Any additional outdoor events utilizing a sound system, regardless of attendance levels, would be a hardship for those that live in the surrounding residential communities and would deplete the enjoyability of our personal property, which we have a right to protect. Secondly, I have grave concerns about the traffic that would be generated by additional events. 9 Eagles Drive is essentially a dead-end street. There are 4 communities that feed onto 9 Eagles Drive, which are gate restricted, and the only one that is not is Westwood Lakes, which has only 1 ingress and egress point. In addition to the one-way in, one-way out dilemma, 9 Eagles Drive is highly trafficked by pedestrians. As mentioned, elementary and middle school, 2,000 children reside in those communities. They use that to access the schools in the morning and the late afternoon, early evenings, as well as recreational purposes outside of school hours. The opposition was proposed to turn a turn lane to relieve some congestion entering the property. But all these people also have to leave the property, which entails crossing a sidewalk, accessing traffic going the opposite direction, and turning left into opposing traffic. So yes, more people can get in, but the same people have to get out, and I don't understand how that safety is going to be mitigated. I respectfully request the county deny any application to change zoning designated that would allow for an increase in the frequency or size of events at this location. I welcome appropriate development and community engagement, but not at the expense of the peace, safety, and quality of life of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, are there any other speakers in the room? Okay, we'll go online then. I believe there are 2 online.
My name is Lise Lement, 2753 State Road 580, Suite 202, Clearwater 33761. As the Community Association Manager and Agent of the Eagles Master Association, I confirm that the association did not receive any written notification of the Philippine Center's increased activity application. I am one of the designated representatives of the Eagles Master Association, which is a registered neighborhood organization within a 1-mile radius of the site, and we should have been notified in writing, and we're not. I understand that yellow notice boards have been placed at the site, but notices of this kind are frequently posted in the area and difficult to read whilst driving. The Eagles is home to many cultures and fully supports cultural centers and what they stand for and offer communities. But not being afforded the opportunity to be able to respond to this request in an informed manner to meet this hearing deadline is extremely disappointing to the Board of Directors and the 1,260 homeowners they represent and serve. The Eagles has a manned entry gate, and the Eagles site access control supervisor at the main guardhouse attests to 2,600 vehicles entering the barcode residence lane on a daily basis. In addition, 14 sheets of 30 visitors per sheet are logged in daily, which adds 420 visitors and excludes large golf course tournaments. On an entry level, there are over 3,000 vehicles entering the Eagles a day. The Eagles exit lane is equally busy. We are not sure of the accuracy of the traffic study performed by the Philippine Center or the county, but the numbers the Eagles can offer are logged and reliable and speak for themselves. As owners of sections of 9 Eagles Drive and located just over half a mile from the center, the Eagles deserves the courtesy of being able to examine the documents on your PGM site to make an informed decision
Okay, ma'am.
on whether or not to
Ma'am,
support an application which adds a considerable increase in traffic on a substandard collector roadway.
Okay, ma'am,
right
your
at
time
the-
is up. We need to go to the next speaker. We have the name and address on the record, don't we? Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we have one more speaker online.
Yes, my name is Bruce Derby. I live at 16301 Burnwick Lane in Odessa, in the Eagles, and I'm president of the Eagles Master Association. The Eagles is a large residential community located due north of the Filipino Cultural Center, a couple of miles up 9 Eagles Drive. The Eagles did not receive notification of the request, even though the changes will undoubtedly continue to have a direct impact on both our residential area as well as the 36-hole golf course. We would appreciate a delay of a month or 2 to let us consult with a traffic engineer to suggest some changes to alleviate some of the problems we're anticipating. Historically, we've had 2 problems which may get worse with the additional event days, especially the extra medium-sized events. The first problem is the extra traffic, which we'd like to have studied, but the second problem is also serious. The northbound vehicles inevitably end up needing to be turned around when they get to the Eagles, since the Eagles does not provide an outlet for them. There is no through road through the Eagles. Yet there are constantly mistakes made going north out of the cultural centers. So they often turn right, that is north, when leaving the center by mistake, usually results in them having to turn around when they get to us. They enter our resident lanes and visitor lanes, as well as turning around in the very front of the Eagles. It ends up being a tough situation for the guards to turn around so many people. If there were a sign when leaving the cultural center indicating that going northbound provided no road outlet for northbound traffic, that would be a tremendous help. That sign would be inside the center, just as you were exiting. You would simply have to say there's no outlet northbound. Again, we're requesting a small delay so that we can consult with a traffic engineer. We're not unhappy about having the diversity that a cultural center represents for us. We like that idea. It's just that it is very difficult when trying to navigate that area. And now we're going to have some extra events as well, both for the golf course as well as for the residences. Delays are often a half hour to an hour. The golf course experiences no shows on a regular basis during big events. And people can't get through, so they give up. So we would like some extra time to consult with a traffic engineer to see what we could suggest. So I thank you.
Sir, I have a question for you and also for the the speaker who is with you there on the camera. You
Yes.
stated your organization did not receive notice of this hearing. How were you made aware of this hearing, please?
We happened to see it a week ago. A couple of people provided it to us from next door.
Okay. Ma'am, same question to you, please.
I've received an email that was forwarded to me by a board member who received notification of this on July 13th.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I think that's all the speakers who were in opposition. So we'll go back to Hillsborough County Development Services.
Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I wrote down the name that the previous speakers mentioned, the Eagles Master Association. I pulled up the list of the mailing that went out on 3/11, and there was a mailing to West Chase Master Property Owners Association, Inc., if that is the same one.
All right, I think they said Eagles Master Association.
Oh, Eagles?
Eagles.
I didn't see Eagles on here, but the information that we get from Neighborhood Relations did not have that listed as a registered neighborhood or civic association.
Okay, thank you. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right. Applicant.
We're not registered.
No, public comment is closed. We will hear from the applicant, please.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa. I'll remind you, as you know, that your decision and ultimately the Board of Decision, County Commissioner's decision needs to be based on competent substantial evidence. Development Services recommendation is competent substantial evidence. The Planning Commission's finding of consistency is competent substantial evidence. The expert testimony you heard from our team is also competent substantial evidence. The whole point of the rezoning tonight is to recognize uses that have been going on there and to make them allowable under their zoning. So that's what's there. If you look at the proposed zoning conditions, zoning condition 3, which is a very extensive condition with a lot of subsets, not only defines but restricts the types of uses and all the criteria that have to be met in order to have those. So that's really well thought out and well laid out in the zoning conditions. Comments about tax exemption status have no place in a zoning hearing. This is a land use decision, and that needs to be based on, again, competent substantial evidence. Again, the cell tower is not part of this application and is just on the site plan because it has to be under your code. I'm going to ask Michael Yates to talk about traffic, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. As far as notice goes, as Ms. Heinrich said, we provide notice as directed by the staff and by the property appraiser, and we've met that burden of providing appropriate notice. I will say also on the record that you asked the question of the two people who who said they didn't get notice, and they're here today participating. So they have actual notice of the hearing, but we did comply with our legal requirements to provide notice. I'm going to ask Mr. Yates to just briefly adjust traffic, and then we'll close and respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, 4006 South McDill Avenue, and I have been sworn. I just want to go over some of the traffic comments that we received. We did do a traffic study. We did do a reconfiguration of the access points. We did move the inbound traffic to the northern driveway where we are providing a right turn lane. We've made the southern driveway the exiting spot for the traffic. That will help in the traffic flow. We did an analysis of both the small events, medium events, and large events to show that the driveways will operate acceptable level of service with the proposed conditions of having an off-duty officer for the medium and large events to help regulate the traffic flow and to allow the vehicle and pedestrian traffic to operate safely and functionally at that southern access point. I'd be happy to answer any other questions, but all that is contained as part of the traffic study.
I guess the only question is, as I understand it, these are ongoing uses, so the uses aren't changing. The purpose of the PD zoning is more to comply the zoning with the actual use of the property. Is that correct?
I'm going to...
And Mr. Porter could address that, but my question to you, Mr. Yates, is the changes then to, I guess, the site for the traffic, that's based on the existing uses?
It is based on what we projected as a worst case for what the land use would allow. So we had to analyze the absolute worst case condition. We spent a lot of time in going over those potential worst case scenarios with staff to analyze those. So we analyzed probably a lot higher traffic than would be experienced out there today.
Okay, thank you.
And to briefly answer your question, Madam Hearing Officer, yes, these are uses that have been happening on site as we've testified and also as you heard from the neighbors. So the traffic pattern was designed with that in mind. But,
all right, that's my question. Thank you.
We respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, this closes the hearing then on rezoning PD 24-1116.
Our next application is item D2, Major Mod 25-0025. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 98-0823. And this does have a related comprehensive plan amendment associated with the request. So both the comprehensive plan amendment and this rezoning will be heard on the October 16th, 2025 ZHM hearing. There was a November date previously that has been corrected due to some scheduling changes that had to occur. So it's correct on our staff report in the revision, and tonight wanted to let everybody know that it is now scheduled for October 16th, 2025. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is the applicant here for major modification 25-0025?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Isabel Albert with Half, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. So here's the site. This is approximately about 20-acre site. It's located at the southwest corner of Muck Pond Road and McIntosh Road. It is in the rural service area. The area there is predominantly commercial due to the location against I-4 and having an exit there. So you'll see there's Camping World on the east side. There's also Circle K. There's a Dunkin' Donuts. The site is already approved for planned development for different uses that changed over time, but the latest one is approved for an RV storage center and maintenance area. The site to the west of us is approved for a little bit over 200,000 square feet of commercial uses, including a wholesale distribution center. And all the properties west of that are mostly like FDOT and TECO. And to the north side of Muck Pond is mostly residential. So future land use, we recently went in front of the Planning Commission Board to request an amendment to LIP, which they recommended for approval. And as I stated earlier, the site is currently zone plan development. So the request is for a warehouse use to increase the square footage for 251,000. It's actually 350 square feet. We're maintaining the existing setback along the front. If you see, compare it to the previous approved PD, we tried to duplicate what they had previously, including the landscaping. We replaced the berm, which has usually caused issues with, like, the buffers and the stormwater ponds, as well as additional landscaping. We're also extending the utilities based on the Land Development Code regulation, the one water element. And we're also doing a lot of improvements on Muck Pond Road. We met with staff, and we met with the neighbors. We had a neighborhood meeting, and then a couple times with neighbors. The big issue there that we heard was the traffic. And so we've worked with staff to make those improvements. And starting with our site, we are dedicating 2 left turn lanes to go into our site. We're also providing a right turn lane from Muck Pond going southbound to McIntosh. We're also providing a left turn lane northbound from Muck Pond onto McIntosh. And we're also providing an additional left turn lane from McIntosh going northbound and then turn west onto Muck Pond Road. So these are quite extensive road improvements to address the traffic concerns. And then I have, actually, I'm going to give you this right now, some revised conditions. They came to my attention Friday night that there are some like electrical rooms that were not included in my original design. So we're just revising those conditions to reflect, it's about 2,200 square feet of electrical rooms. And also came to my attention, the code does allow parapet to go over the maximum building height as long as they're no more than 5 feet tall. And these parapet are 6.6 feet. And so we're requesting to add a condition to the maximum height to allow these entry features, parapet walls, to be extended up to maximum 6.6 feet above the roof line. And you see them here, the design. We have all different elevations, the parapet elevation, and this is just for architectural element, is to make, to break up the boring facade that you could usually find in warehouses. So development services staff, they reviewed it, the application. They found it compatible with the surrounding development, and also found that the exception to extend the utilities in the rural areas has been met, and so they find it approvable. Planning Commission staff also reviewed the application. They also found the request consistent with the development surrounding the neighborhood, but did not share the same position as other county department directors and could not support the proposed utility extension. So with that, with the introducing conditions and the landscaping and the architectural design, we found, that addresses all the compatibility concerns that they had, and it's also consistent with the objectives of the comprehensive plan. And that concludes my.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Could you go back to the revised conditions? Are those in the site plan? Did they make it into the revised? I'm sorry. Are they in the revised staff report?
Just the first one.
The first one.
They could not, because the parapet would have had to be, it's a different review, and staff did not have time to review that request. But we did talk about it today, and said that I could request this as part of this tonight's
All right.
request.
And what conditions specifically does it go to?
I will just give that to you right now.
Okay. Okay. And, all right, so I've received a copy of the proposed conditions from the applicant.
Correct.
And you've provided those to staff. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the other question I have goes to extending the public water and wastewater. Are there, was that approved in the prior development, or is this, the prior development was approved without that? It would not have had that, is that?
Correct, this is a new request.
Okay. And are there other sites, adjacent sites that have extended public water and wastewater into the rural area?
There are no other adjacent sites, but there is the Burger King there that is getting the utilities extension to there, but beyond that, I'm not aware of.
Was that approved?
Yes, it's actually got construction plans.
Okay.
Got two construction plans.
And your, I guess the applicant's justification for that was based on what?
I'm going to let Mr. Malloy answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. The justification for the extension was based almost entirely on economic development and the social and economic drivers of the project. That's really where we found our support for the extension.
All right.
And then, ma'am, I would add Water Resources chimed in that the connection was feasible and that capacity existed.
Okay. I think the Planning Commission report spoke about the policy, One Water Policy 4.3.5.A, and an overriding public interest. Are you familiar with that?
I am, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you speak to that, please?
The overriding public interest in this would be the project itself. And if we look at the 4 criteria under One Water, 1 is consistency with the comprehensive plan, 2 is technical capability and feasibility, 3 is an and/or, and we go right to 4 with the and/or. Overriding public interest, and that is that we're bringing a logistics and distribution center to essentially almost on I-4, that it is a needed and necessary, vital contribution to Hillsborough County's economy. There's actually multiple comp plan policies that we cited in our report about locating this kind of business right where it is, at an interstate exchange. We worked very hard on the comp plan, the land use change also, to bring this to LIP, light industrial with a planned development. Essentially, all those factors kind of came together. I'd never actually worked with economic development on a rezoning, but they took a shine to this, and really that's where we found our support for it. This kind of project requires public utilities, and if Tampa, Hillsborough County is going to keep up with Plant City and Polk, et cetera, it's the kind of thing we want to encourage at locations like this, because again, this is just not quite a stone's throw, but it is right off I-4. It is made for a logistics or distribution center.
Okay. Had another quick, something you said raised a question in my mind, and now I forgot what it was.
One Water.
Yeah. Well, it might come back to me, and I'll ask you during rebuttal, so that's fine. That addressed my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Albert.
All right. Planning staff report, I'm sorry. Development Services. Thank you.
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. So the site is currently approved for 154,000 square foot RV facility. The applicant is, it's a 19.2 acres located at the southwest of the intersection of Muck Pond Road and McIntosh Drive. There's also a concurrent comprehensive plan amendment amending the future land use designation to light industrial planned. And the applicant is proposing, part of the applicant's changes that, that they submitted into the record and that are part of the report would be to add in the 2,250 square foot electrical rooms, which wasn't included. And the applicant is proposing to eliminate the berm, and they propose a new condition. So right now, along the northern property line, they have what's considered a 20-foot type B, and they're going to maintain that without an opaque fence. And they are proposing to then put possibly put a chain link fence behind that, along with the associated stormwater ponds, et cetera. They haven't requested any variations found in Part 6.05.00, parking and loading, 6.06.00, landscaping and buffering, or fences and walls. Regarding the land development services, the site is in the rural area regarding the connection to wastewater. So per LDC section 4.02.02.A.3.B.3.G, exceptions regarding extensions of utility lines into the rural area may be considered in cases of overriding public interest and subject to review and approval by the Board of County Commissioners. There are 4 factors in the Land Development Code, so that is separate and apart from what's in the One Water policy. And those, I'm not going to read those, they are in the report. But regarding, I can go in a brief overview. Regarding item 1, the applicant's request submittal addresses consistency with the goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan that the applicant outlined in their justification statement. Regarding item 2, the Hillsborough County Water Resources Department staff provided comments confirming the public water and wastewater line extension can be technically feasible and will not cause either plant or line capacity to be exceeded if constructed. Regarding items 3 and 4, the Hillsborough County Economic Development Department provided comments in compliance with item 4, the economic developments to the overall immediate area would be realized by the project by the extension of the water and sanitary sewer lines to the project site, creating an environmentally sound development while supporting job creation. EDD, Economic Development Department staff also noted that the proposed warehouse facility is a target industry promoted by the state and the Tampa Bay Economic Development Council. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless you had any questions for staff.
Don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in a rural area and is located within the limits of the to-know-assessed community plan. Subject site is also located in residential 1 future land use category. There is a pending comprehensive map amendment to change the future land use category to light industrial plan. This request for a plan development is considered concurrent and dependent on approval of HCCPA 2443. The applicant proposed increasing the northern buffer from 100 to 125 feet, which include 3 large retention ponds along the Muck Pond Road buffer on the northern portion of the site, a row of evergreen shade trees, each at least 10 feet tall at planting with a minimum of 2 each caliper and spaced no more than 20 feet apart. Will be planted within 20 feet of the property line. Between the trees, a 3-foot tall evergreen hedge will be provided at least 75% capacity at the time of planting. According to the revised site plan, the traffic circulation of trucks onto Muck Pond Road and 2 to 3 warehouses would be across from the single-family uses to the north. To address compatibility concerns with the interface of the proposed use with the established single-family homes on the north side of Muck Pond Road, the applicant has proposed a condition for limitations related to the western axis, stating that no delivery shall be made using the western axis between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. The applicant is proposing to extend the public water and sewer lines from the nearest available connection point on the site. One water objective 4.3 explicitly limits public potable water and wastewater lines in the rural area, except under specific conditions. This is a fundamental part of the comprehensive plan strategy regarding utilities for land use planning, fiscal sustainability, and infrastructure planning. The applicant is requesting an exception under this objective under One Water Policy 4.3.5A, indicating the project meets criteria of overriding public interest. One Water Policy 4.3.5A states exceptions of the utility line extensions and connection criteria and approval by the BOCC. The primary intent of this policy is for unique circumstances such as publicly funded activities or projects. This review shall evaluate the following factors as established in the Land Development Code. 1, consistency with other adopted goals, objectives, and policies in the comp plan. 2, line, plant capacity, impact. and technical feasibility. The proposed exception shall not be permitted if it is causes either a plant or line capacity to be exceeded. 3, the degree to which a project or activity would positively or adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare of the property of others, and or 4, the degree to which the project or activity would create demonstrable environmental, social, transportation, or other benefits for the public at large. As noted within the policy language, the primary intent of this policy is for unique circumstances, such as publicly funded events or activities. It also states that exception will be considered only in limited cases. Thus, any exception citing overriding public interest necessitate an inherently high standard of review. Agency comments were submitted by the Hillsborough County Economic Development Department regarding the economic impact of such a project, as well as comments from Water Resources on the technical feasibility of potable water and wastewater. Although the project may provide some economic benefit, there was not sufficient evidence that the exception of longstanding utility policy is necessary for a reason of overriding public interest. Specifically, the request does not meet the criteria number 3 and number 4. Based upon the request not meeting this policy for water and wastewater, the major modification is inconsistent with unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Based upon above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification inconsistent with unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Just a quick question for you. Regarding that policy, as it's cited in the Planning Commission staff report, and so the way it reads, the 4 items listed there, under 1, there's just a semicolon, and after 2, there's just a semicolon. After 3, there's an and/or. So how does staff interpret that? Does it have to include 3 and 4 to meet the public interest test, or is it 3 or 4? And are 1 and 2 required? How does staff read that language?
So it is and or, so it would be either and or. But
So they
go ahead, sorry.
Potentially, so they have to meet 1 and 2, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they could meet either 3 or 4.
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
to clarify, we were looking for technical comments from an actual reviewing agency, and I don't think we received that in adequate time under this review.
I'm sorry, state that again?
So we were looking for a technical comment from a reviewing agency saying that they met the criteria for overriding public interests, and we have not received that.
Okay.
During our review.
What agency were you waiting on comments from? Would it have been the Economic Development
I
Department?
believe it would be from any agency stating that they met the criteria.
Oh, any
So,
reviewing
yes.
agency?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any, that you know of, were there any reviewing agencies that submitted comments after your staff report was done?
At this time, I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Has the comprehensive plan amendment been before the Planning Commission already?
On April 14th, it was, and was found consistent.
It was found consistent? All right. Thank you, Mr. Royal.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
Online there are 2.
All right. We will hear from the persons online. You have a total of 15 minutes.
Yeah. Eric Swart, 9302 Barrington Oaks Drive, Dover, Florida, 33527. Resident in the neighborhood directly across Muck Pond Road from the property here. A couple of things that I want to kind of bring up. Ms. Albert said that the area is primarily commercial due to the location right here next to I-4. I would contend this is not the case. On the north side of I-4, here at exit 14, there are approximately 4 commercial businesses. One's an RV sales lot. One is a small cafe. There's a gas station that has a Dunkin' inside of it. And everything else right here in the north side really is residential and agriculture. Hillsborough County, the Commission's staff report at the hearing that was just referenced on, I believe it was April 14th, their initial report was to find this inconsistent. And so basically in that hearing, they went back and forth on some of the language, and there were about 3 motions that were made before they voted on it. And part of the discussion that they had there was whether it was their role in that space to essentially amend the comprehensive plan in that, like right then and there, or whether it was to uphold the plan as it stands right now, which according to the current comprehensive plan for Thona de Sassa, it's focused on maintaining and protecting a rural setting with a family-oriented community centered on agriculture and leisure activities. I would contend that this development flies in the face of that comprehensive plan as it stands, especially considering that there are no similar developments or sites right here in the immediate area. I would say it's just not their role to find it consistent in the face of the current comprehensive plan. And let me see. We're also concerned about the traffic issues. I know we were just, they discussed the proposed additions to both Muck Pond Road and McIntosh. But I would say right now, one of the big issues on Muck Pond is that when I-4 gets backed up, there are a ton of people that will get off at exit 10, take Muck Pond all the way over to McIntosh and try and kind of reroute around some of that traffic. It tends to get backed up significantly, and the turn lanes would certainly help with that, but I would be concerned that if you start throwing big trucks and warehouse traffic in there, it's at the minimum would probably break even. So really hoping that you guys will come to a conclusion to not recommend this modification request.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, hello, my name is Alexandra Swart, 9302 Barrington Oaks Drive, Dover, Florida, 33527. So I'm a resident within a few hundred feet of the site in question. To use a phrase that was used earlier just a few minutes ago, I'm within a stone's throw away from the site. And I can say that as a resident here, this area, the character is very rural in nature. We have families with children in big 1-acre lots with ponds. We have farm area. The character of this space is largely family and community centered and family and community focused. And so it's hard to hear some of the comments that were made about how this site is just so made for industry and made for this type of use. Again, speaking as a resident here, I would certainly contend that it's not. And we vehemently oppose this proposed modification and hope that you will find the same. As Eric mentioned, we were at the April hearing a few months ago, and the Planning Commission staff did originally find that this was inconsistent, this plan development, with the comprehensive plan. And so, again, we can speak to that as actual residents here at the site, that we do agree with that finding, and we hope that you will agree with us to oppose this proposed modification to the plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
I just wanted to add, I wanted to make sure I didn't misspeak before. The October 16th, 2025 hearing that we corrected is the BOCC CPA hearing. I might have said ZHM by accident, so I just wanted to make that clear to anyone participating tonight, that is the 1016 CPA board hearing.
Thank you. All right, applicant, anything further?
William Malloy again, 325 South Boulevard. I just want to acknowledge the opposition we heard. I'm not sure that there's anything factual that I can actually disagree with or provide evidence against, but acknowledge it, appreciate it. I did want to point out something that I think we may have missed, all of us, in our original assessment of this. This site is located in what's called the urban expansion area, which is an area designated by the board for consideration and study of just what we're doing right now. It's not solidified, and it hasn't been approved, but I believe it is very firmly on the table. I'd also like to speak to the Planning Commission's concern about technical comments, because we would love to be here with as many technical comments as we had in support of this, but I'm not aware of anything technical that we could have satisfied other than the capacity and the feasibility. That's why we traded off to the number 4 criteria. And I believe it's been addressed, but we did confirm with the director of the Planning Commission that in the criteria, the 3 and 4 are very firmly an and/or situation. So thank you very much.
All right, and my question I was going to ask you was whether the plan amendment had been before the Planning Commission, and that was answered. So
correct.
That question was answered.
Yeah, it was not originally supported by staff, but the commission found it approvable.
Okay. You might speak to the comments raised by the opposition as to what is the existing approval on this property.
I had that on my list, but I'm usually loath to bring that up because I hate to say what you could have, but I think Isabel has a very good, yep, here we go. It is approved right now for 55,000 square feet of RV, recreational vehicle maintenance and service, and 154,000 square feet for RV storage. So I think when you're looking at the delta between this and our project, actually, this contemplates what's approved in an RV service center. That's the same as a mechanic shop with just much bigger cars. Same for the storage. That's going to be an in and out operation, and you're going to have large recreational vehicles just parked in front of your residence.
Do you have an idea of the difference in the traffic impact between those uses?
I have a traffic engineer.
Thank you.
Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and we did not do a comparison for the purposes of the traffic study, but they are very similar in traffic volume.
So the traffic volume of the existing approval and the proposed use are, in your opinion, very similar?
Very similar.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I would point out as well, if I have the opportunity, the vacant field to our west is also approved for 206,000 square feet of commercial, including a wholesale distribution center.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that will close the hearing on major modification 25-0025.
Our next application is item D3, PD rezoning 25-0371. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to rezone from PD 230041 to PD 250371. Jared Folan with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson. I'm actually going to be speaking during this presentation about both item D3 and D6, just for context. We'll represent at D6 as well. So we're actually talking about two properties commonly known as Council Growers and then JPL, and now JPL Rude Rosa. The subject properties are in Waimama. They are south of 674 and east of 301. The JPL Rude Rosa proposal, which is item D6, is shown in yellow, and Council Growers PD shown in red. Again, they are now within the future land use of R4. They were the subject of two privately initiated plan amendments, one to bring the properties within the urban service boundary and the other to change the land use category to Res 4. Subsequently, the board has moved to have all of WVR2 be inside the urban service boundary and Res 4. Again, within the urban service area now, where 80% of the new growth is directed to go and to align the public and private infrastructure investments that have been made in this area. This is the existing zoning. You'll see a very complex development pattern that was dictated by the WVR2 land development regulations, which are no longer applicable. For JPL Ruderosa, we are adding the Ruderosa, so we're adding 236 acres with a gross residential density of 3.17 units. So there's a total of 1,600 residential units, and we are also proposing a school site. For council growers, the existing approved number is 1816, and we're going to 2,300. And again, we're still providing a school site within that development. And this is the JPL Ruderosa development plan. You can see it's much more traditional, single-family suburban development pattern. And then the same thing with the council growers general development plan. It's just a standard street grid with residential development. We are still providing some regional improvements. We're providing connectivity east-west via a multi-use trail and connecting over to the existing Little Manatee River Corridor Trail. We are providing for new signalized intersections. As part of JPL, there's a Mufasa plan for signal at 579 and 674. And also in the other conditions, depending on the development pattern, there may be other lights along that corridor. And if you have specific questions about transportation or transportation improvements, I will have Steve Henry address those. And then we're making roadway improvements on 579 and Westlake Drive and Saffold Road. We are providing open space still. In council growers, we are at 44% open space, and JPL Ruderosa, it's 50%. Those are approximate. The site plans are not engineered, but we did have a community meeting and we're asked how much open space we were providing, so we're providing this calculation. We're also providing significant impact fees, mobility fees, school impact fees, parks and rec fees, fire impact fees, water and wastewater, to the tune of $24,553.69 per unit, and a total of well over $95 million. Staff has found the requests consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, and Development Services is recommending approval with some pretty significant conditions relating to transportation. We are in agreement with those conditions, and we respectfully request your approval. We did have a community meeting. It was just last week. You will likely hear from the public that they are disappointed that we are no longer providing community benefits as part of this development. I think we are providing some community benefits. We have left the trail. We are providing the school sites. It's just not under the regulatory scheme of community benefits. As I believe you're aware, there was a regulatory scheme in WVR2 that said if you're going to develop in order to be able to achieve the maximum density, you had a requirement to provide community benefits. So as part of the last rezoning, we had extensive communication and negotiation with the residents about what those community benefits would be. And they would still, and I'll let them speak for themselves, I believe they would desire to have those included. However, I don't think that's appropriate any longer, and it really is not appropriate to hold this particular development to a much higher standard than the other suburban development inside the urban service area, and it puts it at a competitive disadvantage with all of the other developments. And so that is why we're no longer providing them. We still do think that there is community benefit that will come from this development, but that is something that I just wanted to put on the record. And I'm here for any questions should you have any.
All right, no questions for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Jared Fallon with Development Services. So this is a request to rezone a site from planned development to a new planned development. The existing PD consists of two sub-areas designated as a sending zone and a receiving zone. This PD deals with the receiving zone, while a companion PD zoning, which is to be heard later in the agenda, deals with a sending zone. The current PD zoning was established under the future land use category Waimama Village Residential 2. However, the site was recently subject to a comprehensive plan amendment, changing the future land use category to Res 4. Main purpose of the new PD zoning is to remove the requirements of the Waimama Village 2 development standards and replace it with standards reminiscent of the RSC 10 residential zoning. For context, the subject site is located in the Waimama Community Planned Area, east of the U.S. Highway 301 and south of State Road 674. The surrounding area is predominantly residential and agriculturally zoned, with agricultural and residential uses. The new planned development is proposed to have two development options, one including a 1,000-student K-5 public school and residential with a total of 2,300 dwelling units, and the second option to include residential uses with only residential uses with a total of 2,492 dwelling units. Both options are to include at most 300 single-family attached or townhome units. If it is determined that a school is not needed by the Hillsborough County School Board, then option 2 will be developed and the area designated the school site will be utilized for residential. Based on the surrounding area and the flu land use change, staff finds no issues with the proposed development and finds the proposed development approvable, subject to the conditions. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, no questions for you. Thank you. Planning Commission?
Good evening, Tyreek Royal, Planning Commission staff. On November 7th, 2024, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners approved the map and text amendments for HCCPA 2408 and HCCPA 2409, who request to expand the urban service area and change the future land use designation from Waimama Village Residential 2 to Residential 4. The proposal meets the intent of Flu Objective 4.4 and Flu Policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use patterns comprise mostly of agricultural, public, quasi-public institution, and single-family uses. Flu Policy 4.4.1 state that any density or intensity increases shall be compatible with the existing, proposed, or planned surrounding development. Development and redevelopment shall be integrated with the adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses, through creation of complementary uses, mitigation of adverse impacts, transportation, pedestrian connections, and gradual transitions of intensity. The proposed mixed-use community would complement the surrounding area and meets the intent of Flu Objective 4.4 and Flu Policy 4.4.1. Overall, staff find that the proposed planned development is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Based upon those above considerations and the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed planned development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, please come forward. How many speakers do we have in the room? All right, I see 2. Are there any speakers online in opposition? Okay, I think we have 2 speakers. Please come forward. Between you, you have 15 minutes.
My name is John Regan. I live at 5051 Sandy Brook Circle, Waimama, Florida, 33598. I want to address PD 230041 that was previously approved and is now being broken down into 2 different applications, PD 0371 and further on the agenda, PD 0469. I am a member of the Waimama Community Plan Development Council, also known as the Waimama CPAC. I'm requesting a postponement on both PD 0371 and PD 0469 for 90 to 120 days, allowing time for the Waimama CPAC to negotiate community benefits and brief the Waimama community, hopefully allowing the Waimama CPAC to testify in support of both applications in the future. The Waimama CPAC acknowledges under new rules with the urban service area extension, where housing density changed from WVR2 to Res 4, and also eliminated any requirement for community benefits, but the change does not stop the developer from agreeing to community benefits. The Waimama CPAC had a verbal contract with the Eisenhower Group, where Eisenhower would provide an agreed-upon list of community benefits in their zoning application for PD 230041. Since the zoning application did include the negotiated community benefits, the Waimama CPAC testified in support of this application at the zoning master meeting and the Board of County Commissioners, which was approved by both boards. The verbal agreements between the developer and the Waimama community were formalized in PD 230041, zoning decision and related conditions. Now this application has been broken down into 2 separate applications, PD 0371 and PD 0469, eliminating many of the previously agreed to and approved community benefits. The Waimama CPAC requested a meeting to discuss community benefits in April, May, June, and July of this year. A meeting was finally scheduled on July 10th, but no Eisenhower representative attended, only their lawyer. We again requested a meeting, and so on July 17th, at the last minute, a Waimama community meeting was held. The meeting was led by Eisenhower's lawyer with the Eisenhower Group members, which seemed not aware of our previous meeting request nor the agreement approved by PD 230041. I request a postponement on a decision on PD 0371 and 0469, allowing time for a meeting to negotiate community benefits, first with the Waimama CPAC, then conduct a meeting with the entire Waimama community. We are hoping to reverse feelings of betrayal by the Waimama community, which would then allow the Waimama CPAC to hopefully testify in support of both applications in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be sure and sign in with the clerk.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Augie Grace. My address is 15821 Cobble Mill Drive, Waimama. I am also a member of the Waimama Community Plan Advisory Council, and I also speak in opposition to both PD 250371 and PD 250469. I would like to enter several documents and pictures into the record. The first is the Hillsborough County zoning decision, PD 23-0041, dated July 25, 2023, which included the community benefit commitments made by the applicant to Waimama CDC and the Waimama community. The second document is a statement by the Waimama Community Plan Advisory Council dated May 25, 2023. I would also like to put into the record photographs of flooding that has occurred in this area of Waimama over the last year. The photographs were taken by a resident, and two of the photographs appeared in the August 24 Tampa Bay Times. These photographs show why Waimama residents are so concerned about the massive development that is being proposed. I'd also like to put into the record a statement of Sean Das. He is a resident of 5209 Lake Sienna Drive, Waimama. Mr. Das is a member of our Waimama Community Plan Advisory Council and has strong concerns about environmental and infrastructure issues on this rezoning. At a minimum, I would like to place into the record a proposed condition for PD 25-0371 and PD 25-0469. Considering the extensive flooding that has occurred in this area, the proposed condition would state that as a condition of zoning that the developers would convene a meeting of the developer, the relevant Hillsborough County departments, including Public Works, the Southwest Water District Management District, and the Waimama Community Plan Advisory Council to review environmental models of the area and to make specific stormwater mitigation measures that each responsible party might execute prior to any construction. The purpose of this proposed condition would be just to get together all the players and have them go over the same set of environmental information and to see if there was an agreement on going further with any proposed construction. We have also found, and this came up at our neighborhood meeting that occurred last week, we have found that planning residential units in a rural or agricultural area presents some problems. Over the last 60 days, there have been several incidents of people shooting firearms on their property, but bullets landing in others' homes. 4 homes have found bullets in their homes. The sheriff's office has been notified and is investigating, but this is obviously a life or death situation. Residents feel that this situation is unresolved with the developer pointing to the builder and the builder pointing to the developer. So we also recommend a proposed safety condition. And the safety condition of zoning would be that the developer would submit a neighborhood safety buffer zone plan to ensure that the safety of residential neighbors living adjacent to current zone rural or agricultural land, and that this plan would be approved by the development services before going further with any construction. We're not making any assumption of what the correct solution is, whether it's berms or whether it's building walls. All we're saying is that we'd like to see a plan by the developer being proposed before any construction goes forward. The Waimama CPC requests that the zoning hearing master postpone a decision for 90 days, giving the Waimama community the time to meet with the applicant and to discuss community benefits, infrastructure, and environmental concerns. We are asking for this, and we are very upfront about it. But let's look at what has happened in Waimama over the past year. There have been 4 privately initiated comprehensive plan amendments approved by the BOCC, including these 2 by the applicant. The cumulative impact of the 4 comprehensive plan amendments is approximately 2,100 acres that have changed from the Waimama Village Residential 2 zoning to Residential 4. The big change in that could occur up to 8,400 new homes if it did build out at 4 homes per acre. This was followed by the Board of County Commissioners approving a public comprehensive plan amendment of 5,661 acres, which would potentially add 16,000 new homes. So these 2 plan developments, 25-0371 and 25-0469, is just the first of these massive developments. We ask for a postponement to better address the growth issues and to be able to work with the applicant. And I will submit these documents to the clerk.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Applicant?
Cami Corbett again for the record. We did have a community meeting last Thursday with Mr. Regan and Mr. Grace. Also, Mr. Regan and Mr. Grace came to my office the week before or within a short period of time, and I explained to them Eisenhower's position with respect to the community benefits, provided them with an exhibit of the community benefits that remain, which is the multi-use trail, the connection to the trail on the east side, the school site, and in fact, the trail is actually in for construction plan approval. So the most northern portion of this site is actually going to be constructed in a manner that is consistent with the previously approved rezoning. I'm going to have Chris O'Kelly come up and address drainage, but before I do, I want to address the shooting. The shooting that came up has nothing to do with this particular property or location of this property, other than its proximity to the Berry Valley development to the west. And there were existing homes within a pod built by MI Homes that did receive gunfire through their homes from an adjacent property owner. We have subsequently worked with the sheriffs. They've identified the suspect. They have found probable cause that he violated the law, and that matter is being handled. We, in fact, had a meeting with the residents that were directly affected by that today at Eisenhower's office, and we are actively working with those residents to come up with something that we can do to help with their scary, certainly, situation. And we are very interested in talking with them about that and resolving it. But that really isn't relevant to this rezoning at all at this time. And with that, I'd ask Chris O'Kelly to come up and talk about drainage.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. Excuse me, Chris O'Kelly with Clearview Land Design, 3010 West Azeel Street, Suite 150, Tampa, Florida, 33609. I'll keep this real brief. I know I was not at the neighborhood meeting last week, and there was a lot of concerns over stormwater in the area. I am aware of a lot of those concerns. I'm the engineer of record for the southern portion of the council property. I'm not an engineer for a lot of the other properties that videos have been sent my way. I have reviewed those. So I'm not the engineer for those properties. I can speak generally to the area. This particular area, unfortunately, is just north of the Little Manatee River, and it's east of Doug Creek. So a lot of the flooding concerns that I'm seeing and that are on the county's watershed model mapping system is riverine flooding of the Little Manatee River, Doug Creek, and their tributaries. This site is located a little bit further upstream and east of Doug Creek and north of Little Manatee River. A lot of the flooding issues that I've seen and reviewed, I've also been sent a lot of videos from last year's hurricane season. Those appear to be further west, about 2 miles adjacent to US 301. There's also an overtopping of Saffold Road from Doug Creek. I believe there's a culvert that is potentially being upsized. Again, I'm not involved at all with that project. I can't speak for this particular project, just looking at the county's stormwater requirements. I can say we're early on. We don't have any kind of final design or site plan, but looking at the county stormwater criteria, there will be a reduction in stormwater runoff leaving this property if it's developed. There will also be a net reduction in nutrient loading or pollutants leaving the site. That is a statewide requirement. And then we'll also be meeting, obviously, the county water management district requirements, the strictest of those criteria that apply to this particular site. I do believe a portion of the site is peak sensitive, which basically means we have to attenuate additional stormwater within a property that would potentially have no issues with flooding or, closed basin criteria. And then just to kind of conclude here, we are aware of the concerns. I have worked on projects further north in the area, so I have seen flooding in the area. We take all of these videos to heart, and we will be looking through those. And if there's anything we can do to improve the situation with this site that I'm working on, we'll certainly do that. That's all I've got.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
And just lastly, I'd like to place the minutes from the community meeting and the sign-in sheet into the record.
Okay. Thank you. And that's all you have today. All right, this will close the hearing on rezoning PD 25-0371. We are going to take a short break. It's 8:13. We'll be back at 8:20. All right, if you'll take your place, please, we'll reconvene. We're going to reconvene the meeting now, so please take your seats. All right, please take your seats, audience. We're going to reconvene the meeting. Ms. Heinrich, would you call the next case?
Our next item is item D4, PD rezoning 24-0452. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zoned AR, AS1, and PD to planned development. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Thank you. Applicant?
Good evening. My name is Sidney Calloway. I'm with the law firm of Schutz & Bowen, located at 4301 West Boy Scout Road. Here today presenting on behalf of the applicant Sunshine Solar Cold Storage LLC. Madam Hearing Officer, what I'd like to do is just take a minute and introduce Sunshine Solar, who is led by the Vice President, Alexander Balmer, as well as the President, Eddie Ruiz. I'm going to ask Mr. Balmer if he could give just a quick description of the property and the proposed use. Then we'll follow that with a more specific inquiry into the application that has been submitted by Sunshine Solar to planning staff and to land development staff as well. Mr. Balmer?
Thank you. If you'd please state your name and your address. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Balmer. I reside at 429 Southwest 195th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Florida. I serve as Vice President of Sunshine Solar Cold. With me today are my partners Eddie Ruiz Jr., who's already been introduced, and our Vice President of Marketing, Mr. Mike Matranga. Mr. Danny Woodson, our COO for the facility, could not be with us today. We're all long-term, lifetime, or almost lifetime Florida residents with extensive experience in the cold storage and frozen food industries. We're here to respectfully request a recommendation for zoning approval to convert a storm-damaged, underutilized parcel on Adamsville Road into a first-of-its-kind solar-powered cold storage facility. This land, like the rest of the surrounding area, was devastated by the 2024 hurricanes. Our aim is to revitalize this blighted area, not by expanding into undeveloped land, but by building within existing infrastructure. The facility will feature sub-zero cold storage zones, AI-controlled mobile racking systems, advanced solar arrays that will utilize TECONET metering to attain a 100% solar power usage, water reclamation system, and energy-efficient LED lighting throughout. This project brings clear benefits to our community. Revitalization of storm-damaged land into an advanced AI-managed, fully digital, and energy-efficient cold storage facility, serving as a scalable model for next-generation solar power frozen logistics infrastructure. Job creation, both in construction and permanent operations, creating 95 new permanent jobs and careers for Hillsborough County residents. Increase nearby property values with solar integrated industrial development project to raise adjacent residential real estate by an estimated 10 to 15%. The project includes pending acquisitions of surrounding properties, enabling residents to relocate to safer, more resilient communities, less vulnerable to hurricanes and flooding. For Hillsborough County and the Port of Tampa, this cold storage hub will strengthen the local food supply chain by enhancing agricultural and seafood logistics, while reinforcing the region's leadership in sustainable industrial infrastructure. It will also help us redirect frozen cargo currently routed through Miami and Jacksonville back to the Port of Tampa by providing expanded cold storage capabilities upon project completion. At a state level, this would be the first 100% solar-powered cold storage facility on the East Coast, reducing carbon emissions, supporting clean energy goals, and showcasing Florida's potential in solar economy. In closing, this is more than a facility. It's a resilient, sustainable, job-creating project that brings economic and environmental value to Hillsborough County and the state of Florida. We respectfully ask for your support and recommendation for zoning approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Hearing Officer, the consultant teams for this proposed development is Johnny Herbert from American Civil Engineering Company. He's here to answer any questions that you may have relative to specific site design. Also, Jesse Kam, PhD, with Vice President of TI Cole. He is also here to address questions that you may have regarding this. This property, as you know, is currently zoned AS1 and AR. It is a 10.75 acre site that is in an area that is in transition from some residential uses which are on the northern side of this property. As the application reflects, the north side of this property, we are proposing a western border that is it'll have a vegetated buffer area, but it will be set back 100 feet, which is another 10 feet beyond what is actually required. This buffer zone will also be supported by a 6-foot masonry wall, which is, again, consistent with the requirements. On the west side of the property, we're also proposing a 50-foot setback, but we're also including a proposed 6-foot masonry wall along the western property line. That western masonry is, the wall will be situated to provide visual screening and noise attenuation along the properties. And as Mr. Balmer has said, along that northern border line of the property, there are several residential properties who he has and the company has been working with to secure contracts for the sale. This will provide those neighbors an opportunity to transition from this area, which is basically a mixed use and heavy industrial use property and area, so that they will have some ability to move away from this area where the flooding is taking place. If you will hear from the application also makes use of a design of a building that will be based above flood elevations. It will be designed specifically for that, but it is also important that that building will roughly be 154,000 square feet of building space, 21st century technology, designed to be above the base flood levels, and that is specifically important because what we're also asking for, Madam, is a requested variance under Section 6.06.06 relating to landscape and buffering. The landscape and buffering requirement here is a 10-foot, that we're seeking is a 10-foot landscape buffer in lieu of the 20-foot buffer that provides for a screening that is type B. We're proposing a 10-foot buffer that will have a type C screening that is essentially, again, a masonry wall which gives more visual protection, more noise attenuation for the surrounding uses. And so we're asking that the variance requests are approved based on the documents that are included within our application, as well as the statements that you have here before you. The Development Services staff have agreed that this proposed development is approvable with conditions. Planning staff has indicated that the site is consistent with the unincorporated comprehensive plan. They've included a number of objectives and policies that this particular development fits with, and we're asking that you approve a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners with the conditions that we've noted.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No questions for you.
Okay.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. So this is a 10.75 unified development. It's located at the northwestern corner of Donna Toledo Alameda Road and US Highway 41. They're requesting to allow warehouse and distribution uses. Staff notes that the applicant is also requesting a flex to utilize a 500-foot future land use flex provision to extend the HI, future land use designation, up to 500 feet into the existing Res 4 designation. This property is, as the applicant stated, it's bordered to the south by industrial development, including a precast concrete manufacturing facility with associated office space. To the north, the property abuts Adamsville Road. It's an established single-family residential neighborhood. Portions of the site extend slightly northward and are designated to remain as a buffer area, which includes the construction of a 6-foot-high masonry wall. Along the northern boundary, the applicant also proposes a 30-foot wide vegetated buffer in compliance with Land Development Code 6.06.06. Additionally, the site design incorporates, and the applicant spoke to this, it's over 100-foot setback from the northern property line where the residential uses are located. This exceeds what would be the required 90-foot compatibility buffer for the 2-for-1 setback. On the western property boundary, the applicant seeks relief for the height, and they will not comply with the 2-for-1 for every 1 foot over 20. Under standard LDC provisions, a 90-foot setback would be required, and when added to the buffer of 20 feet, it results in 110 feet, and the applicant requests relief. Staff notes that the single-family residence, taking into account the northern setback, is located approximately 200 feet to the northwest of the parcel. The applicant is requesting a one variation from Land Development Code 6.06.00, landscaping and buffering. They're seeking specifically variation from the required buffer width along the western property boundary. So they're proposing a 10-foot wide buffer with modified type screening, modified because they're proposing to have that masonry wall there, of the required, when the required would be a standard type B screening. Staff has reviewed the justification statement submitted by the applicant and finds the criteria response is reasonable. Based upon the above, staff finds the request supportable, subject to conditions.
All right, thank you. No questions for you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Good evening, Tyreek Royal, Planning Commission staff. The proposal meets intent of Fluid Objective 4.4 and Fluid Policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern includes a mix of single-family residential, agricultural, heavy industrial, and light industrial uses. The proposed request for a cold storage warehouse is compatible with the surrounding area and development. According to the most recent site plan submitted on July 1st, 2025, the applicant has incorporated buffering screening measures to mitigate any impacts on adjacent properties. The measures include a 30-foot buffer, 6-foot masonry wall, and canopy trees to provide appropriate transition between land uses. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as established by Objective 4.7 and its associated policies in the future land use section. The closest qualified intersection is approximately 6,300 feet away from the subject site at US Highway 41 and Big Bend Road. Therefore, a commercial locational criteria waiver was required. The applicant has submitted a waiver request stating that the site's proximity to the waterway and its economic development benefits. The request emphasizes that the proposed cold storage facility capitalizes waterway transportation, the most cost-effective method for moving goods, making the site an optimal location. Additionally, the site is located near an existing port infrastructure, enhances regional distribution capabilities, and supports long-term industrial investment. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the waiver request and recommends approval based on the rationale provided. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use is allowable use within the flex area designated as heavy industrial, is compatible with the existing development pattern found in the area. And based upon the above considerations and the goals, objectives, and policies, staff find that the proposed plan of development is consistent with unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Please come forward if you wish to speak in support of this application.
Thank you very much. Danny Kushmer, my wife and I reside at 6107 Adamsville Road, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534. We've seen the signs. With time has come, and my wife and I wanted to provide our view on the proposed changes for zoning that would allow this cold storage unit to be built. We are surrounded by Port Tampa, Florida trustees, TECO, Hillsborough County property, making us the last residential enclave between Gibsonton and Apollo Beach. We chose to keep our home in Adamsville, knowing at some point in time soon, either Port Tampa or a private company would be interested in purchasing this property. Today, and especially since the flood, the highest and best use for this land is not homes, meaning appraising our property as commercial or even industrial makes the land, not the homes, much more valuable. Approximately 30 acres of land is on the south side of Adamsville Road between 41 and the bay, and about 60 acres on the north side. Now, and after several conversations with the applicant, the developer, my wife and I are comfortable providing our support for this project. While we love Adamsville, and as a family, we have spent well over 100 years living, farming, working, and playing here. Now we are surrounded by industry, and we are prepared to move on. Adamsville is no longer a sleepy little community, and with the last year's flooding, the decision and timing are good for us. We believe all our neighbors will benefit greatly. Industrial zoning, commercial zoning, it adds an incredible value to this property. And with our proximity to the bay, the railroad tracks, and the interstate, this change makes sense. So thank you, and under the current circumstances of this applicant and submittal, we're committed to this and we support this project 100%. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Be sure and sign in there with the clerk. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support? Please come forward.
Hello. My name is James Kushmer, I'm Danny's cousin. I'm at 6123 Adamsville Road, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534. My family, as Dan had mentioned, has been on the road there and founded it in the early 1900s. My family was pretty large in the produce business. We raised tomatoes, and eventually we sold some of our properties to people for business projects. In fact, 20 to 30 feet south of this proposed site, we sold to Tampa Steel to put in a factory there. I give my support, even though I've lived on the same street 60 years, because I feel like we are being squeezed in. We're the last residential enclave between Apollo Beach and Gibsonton, and I feel like it's inevitable with the proximity to the port and the having railroad access. It's just it's a no-brainer that that's where we were headed. There, you go by Adamsville, and there's no residences on either side until you get to Apollo Beach, and I fully give my support for this after talking to the applicants. I feel they have the best interest in mind of the surrounding community, and after negotiation, we have spoke about purchasing my property. I feel like this was a step that they made to try to make it better for everyone else as far as having to have industry in their backyard. So to sum it all up, I support this project 100%, and I hope that the zoning reflects that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support? Okay, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Sanchez. I live at 6101 Adamsville Road, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534. We have about close to 7 acres that abuts the applicant's project, proposed project, about 440 feet to their west. We have a small farm which had taken on quite a bit of water from the hurricanes, and like the previous speakers, we too fully support 100% this new development. We are also feeling the squeeze, and farming and what we had gone through was quite difficult the past few months. So I will leave you with this, that we definitely will support, and we hope that it goes through. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, is anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, and applicant, anything further?
Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to submit some letters of support for the application for purposes of the record.
All right, all right, so that will close the hearing on rezoning PD 25-0452.
Our next application is D5 PD 25-0457. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zoned PD and AS1 to PD 25-0457. Chris Greelenar with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
What is the the application number you called? Oh, you know what? I have my pages stapled together wrong. I see it.
It's very similar to the previous one.
Yeah. All right, 25-0457. Thank you.
Good evening. Justina Gale, Forward Planning and Design, 200 Pine Winds Boulevard, Oldsmar, Florida. And today I'm proposing a request to rezone the subject site to planned development. The project site is located south of East College Avenue and west of 24th Street Southeast. It's approximately 12.76 acres. The future land use category is suburban mixed use 6. It is located within the Ruskin and South Shore Community Plan area. The project is made up of 5 parcels with a majority 12.52 acres zoned as PD, and it was originally approved as a mobile home park. And there's only a small portion that's 0.24 acres that is zoned AS1. The proposed request is a rezoning amendment from AS1 and planned development to planned development. The proposed PD will allow for the development of a mixed-use commercial project that includes 40,000 square feet of medical office, 30,500 square feet of commercial neighborhood with excluded uses, 22,000 square feet of contractor office and warehouse, and 30,000 square feet of collision center, which includes major motor vehicle repair. The commercial neighborhood will allow for uses that are permitted within the commercial neighborhood zoning district, with the exception of excluded uses that are listed below and in the staff report. The subject site and plan development was found compatible with the adjacent land uses, the existing zoning, and the development pattern of the area. To the north, there is PD zoning and CG zoning, and it's along College Avenue. It's mostly commercial uses. To the east is a church, and it has also been approved for a self-storage facility. To the south is an existing church, and to the west is a boat and RV storage, self-storage facility, and a mobile home. This is the PD proposed site plan that will have mixed-use commercial. There is no residential uses proposed. Interior of this site is the contractor's office and warehouse and the collision center. That's going to be interior to the PD. And to the north and east along the roadways is the commercial neighborhood, and the medical office is proposed to the south of the site. The maximum square footage proposed is 122,500 square feet. Additional development standards include building setbacks of 25 feet along the perimeter, with a setback of 5 feet to the abutting PD and CG to the north of the site along College Avenue. The maximum building height is 50 feet with a 2-to-1 setback from buildings over 20 feet in height. And there's a landscaping buffer, 20-foot wide buffer with a type B screening provided as depicted on the site plan. A traffic study was submitted in accordance with the Development Review Procedures Manual and reviewed and approved by county staff. The findings of the study found that the project will not create transportation deficiencies. There is a southbound to westbound right turn lane that's warranted on 24th Street at the northern side of the driveway. A median will be constructed on 24th Street to restrict left turn lanes. In addition, a 10-foot multi-use path will be constructed on the west side of 24th Street along the project frontage, and that will continue north to College Avenue. In conclusion, staff found the requested plan development zoning district compatible with the existing zoning and development pattern of the area, and we request a recommendation of approval subject to the proposed conditions. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you about the applicant's name.
Yes.
So the applicant's name throughout the application and the reports is South Shore Holdings, LLC.
Yes.
There is a South Shore Holdings, LLC on Sunbiz as a Florida LLC, but it's dissolved. The owner, according to the deeds in record in the case, is South Shore Holding Company, LLC. So there's a discrepancy in the name.
Okay.
Can you clarify the applicant, who the applicant is? Is it?
I think it is South Shore Holdings Company, LLC, but I'll double check and clarify that for you.
Okay, because it's just reflected wrong then in the
Sure.
application.
We'll make sure to change that, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And be sure and sign in with the clerk.
Thank you.
All right, staff?
Good evening. Chris Graulenard, planner with Development Services. The applicant proposes to rezone a 12.76 acre property containing 5 parcels from AS1 and PD to PD 250457 to allow for a mix of uses, 40,000 square feet medical office, 30,500 square feet of commercial neighborhood with excluded uses, 22,000 square feet of contractor's office, warehouse, and 30,000 square feet automotive collision center, motor vehicle repair, major and including body work or painting. Commercial neighborhood the commercial neighborhood will allow for all uses permitted in the CN Commercial Neighborhood Zoning District, except for the excluded uses mentioned in the staff report for the record, so I don't have to go through that whole list. It's in the record. The area consists of single-family residential, commercial, and institutional. Adjacent to the north is retail, and a vacant parcel. To the north across East College Avenue is commercial zone CG and single-family zoned AR. To the east is retail, and a vacant parcel zone CG. To the east across 24th Street, southeast is a church, zone PD, and a vacant single-family residential parcel zoned AS1. Adjacent to the west is single-family residential and a church zoned AS1. Adjacent to the south is a church and single-family residential zoned AS1. The surrounding uses to the north and east are similar to the request, commercial. The development is located on East College Avenue, State Road 674, a principal arterial with commercial traffic. The adjacent single-family residential to the south and the west are provide adequate buffering and screening of 20-foot type B buffering and screening. The proposed mixed-use commercial will provide residential support to the neighboring area. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from PD and AS1 to PD 25-0457 to allow for medical office, commercial neighborhood with excluded uses, contractor's office, warehouse, and automotive collision center would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
The only question I had about this case was that discrepancy in the name, but I think the applicant is checking on that, and I'll have her just confirm the property owner and the applicant are the same, and it's just a typographical error.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
So that's all I have. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Good evening, Tyreek Royal, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in an urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth will be directed. Policy 3.1.3 require all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. The site is currently vacant with a mix of uses, and also surrounding the site is light commercial, heavy commercial, public, quasi-public, and single-family residential. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1.1. The site is located within the Ruskin and South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan within the livable community element. The Ruskin Community Plan seeks to have commercial, office, and residential uses from the intersection of 21st Street and College Avenue to the eastern boundary of the community plan area. The proposal meets the intent in this plan direction. Overall, staff find the proposed use is allowable use in the SUU 6 category, and it meets the intent of its associated community plans and is incompatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Based upon the above considerations, goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Development Services?
Nothing further. However, we do need to hear from the applicant about the authorized owner, so we may have a few points to make after we hear from her.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, please.
I'm still checking.
We need you on the record. Thank you.
I'm double checking right now, sorry.
Okay. Then maybe, Ms. Heinrich, should we put the case on hold and come back to it in a few minutes?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Then we are going to just continue the hearing on RZPD 04457. And just for a few minutes until the applicant gets more information. And we will go on to the next case.
Our next item is item D6, PD rezoning 25-0469. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD and AR to planned development. Jared Follen with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And we do have a revised staff report that will be handed out that provides corrections to the backup staff report. The wrong one was in there, so we have fixed that and put the correct staff report, transportation staff report in ours.
Thank you.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hillward and Henderson. As I mentioned during item D3, we are also here on JPL Rude Rosa. The property in yellow is the subject of this rezoning application. The property west of 579 was previously included in the council growers rezoning, which you heard at D3, which is now its standalone PD outlined in red. There were only 2 units that were approved for development on the JPL piece. All of the rest of the density had been transferred down to council. Now with the expansion of the urban service boundary, that's no longer needed, and we've added the Rude Rosa parcel to the west of 579. Again, both with future land use residential 4 and within the urban service area. The existing zoning of the JPL, really not Rude Rosa, JPL site is on the left. You'll see, again, just those 2 units. And then it's 236 acres with a school site, proposed density at 3.17 units per acre, not 4. And then this is the site plan for the combined JPL Rude Rosa PD. Again, we're providing regional improvements. Each of the rezonings, both the council rezoning and the JPL Rude Rosa, have extensive transportation conditions that work with one another and eventually connect the two and provide improvements all along the 579 corridor and along Westlake Drive. We are providing 50% open space. And again, in addition to the regional improvements we're making, we will be paying impact fees, which the number today is almost $25,000 per unit, but we would be subject to any future impact fee increases should the Board of County Commissioners decide to raise those impact fees. We have findings of consistency and compatibility from the Planning Commission, and we have Development Services recommendation for approval. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions. Again, we have our transportation expert, our drainage experts, and our planning experts available should you have any questions for any of them.
All right, thank you. No questions for you.
Good evening, Jared Fallon with Development Services. I'd like to hand out the revised report real quick.
Yes, please. Thank you.
The only change was we just had the wrong transportation report at the end, but everything else should be the same.
Thank you.
Yes, this is a request to rezone a site from AR and planned development to a new planned development. This is the companion PD zoning to PD 25371, dealing with the sending zone. The subject area was primarily utilized as open space for meeting the open space requirements and sending additional units to the receiving area of the PD. Due to the recent future land use change from Waimama Village Residential 2 to Residential 4, the applicant is proposing to develop the area with 1,606 single-family detached dwellings, 200 of which to be single-family attached dwellings or townhomes. Lots will be developed under standards reminiscent of RSC 10 zoning at a density of 3.17 dwelling units per acre. Additionally, a 1,620 student K-8 public school is proposed. Subject site is located in the Waimama planned area, east of US Highway 301 and south of State Road 674. Surrounding area is predominantly residential and agriculturally zoned with agricultural and residential uses. Staff finds no issues with this proposed development and finds the proposed development approvable. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. No questions for you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. On November 7th, 2024, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners approved the map and text amendments HGCPA 2412 and HGCPA 2413. The request to expand the urban service area and change the future land use designation from Waimama Village Residential 2 to Residential 4. The proposal meets the intent of Flu Objective 4.4 and Flu Policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised mostly of agricultural, public, quasi-public institutions, and single-family uses. Flu Policy 4.4.1 states that any density or intensity increase shall be compatible with the existing proposed or planned surround development. Development and redevelopment shall be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses. the creation of complementary uses, mitigation of adverse impacts, transportation, pedestrian connections, and gradual transition of intensity. The proposed residential development would complement the surrounding area and meets the intent of Flu Objective 4.4 and Flu Policy 4.4.1. Overall, staff find that the proposed plan development is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the area. Based upon those above considerations and the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed plan development consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Please come forward.
Okay. John Regan, 5051 Sandy Brook Circle, Waimama, Florida, 33598. I'm opposed to PD 0469 for the same reasons as I previously testified for PD 0371. PD 230041, previously approved in 2023, has now been broken down into the two new applications, PD 0371 and PD 0469. The Waimama CPAC had a verbal contract with Eisenhower Group, where Eisenhower would provide an agreed-upon list of community benefits in the zoning application for PD 230041. In 2023, Eisenhower was going to make a profit even after including the agreed-upon community benefits. Now they are allowed to double the number of houses. They're actually gone from 1,816 to 3,900 houses. Increasing their profits on top of this, the new applications eliminates community benefits, which even increases their profits at the expense of our community. PD 230041 has been broken down into two separate applications, eliminating many of the previous agreed-upon community benefits. The largest benefit eliminated was 10% set aside for affordable housing. I am requesting a meeting with the Eisenhower decision makers and not just their lawyer to be able to discuss community benefits. I request a postponement on a decision on PD 0469, allowing time for a meeting to negotiate community benefits. First with the Waimama CPAC, then conduct a meeting with the entire Waimama community. We are hoping to reverse a feeling of betrayal to the Waimama community, which would then allow us to hopefully testify in support of both applications in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I need you to sign in again, please, for this case. Thank you.
Good evening again. My name is Augie Grace. Reside at 15821 Cobble Mill Drive, Waimama. I spoke earlier in opposition to both PD 250371, and now I'm speaking in opposition to PD 250469. I'll just simply state that I request that the zoning hearing master postpone a decision for 90 days to allow the Waimama community the opportunity to continue its conversation with the applicant to discuss community benefits, infrastructure, and environmental concerns. Thank you for your time.
All right, sir, thank you. Be sure and sign in. I need you to sign in for this case as well. Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Applicant?
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. Again, for the record, in this case, the prior regulatory scheme required community benefits to be provided and they required community meetings so that we had to negotiate with the community as to which of the available community benefits were available. And so, yes, there was discussion about that. That's no longer the regulatory scheme that's applied to this development, and we are asking to have a level playing field with all of the other suburban development that is Res 4, and what we would contribute to the community is our proportionate share for things like parks and libraries and transportation improvements through the payment of those impact fees at the time of development. And with that, we'd respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you. This will close the hearing then on rezoning PD 25-0469. Going back to rezoning PD 25-0457, is the applicant available to speak on the question that was raised?
Justina Gale, Forward Planning and Design. Yes, I have the deed, warranty deed. It is South Shore Holding Company, LLC, and also that's what it is on the property appraiser and Sunbiz.
All right, so then who is the applicant?
South Shore Holding Company, LLC.
All right. So is it your testimony then that the applicant's name, as reflected in the application, was that a typographical error?
Yes, correct.
All right. And then I guess I should ask Development Services, can we go forward with this case? Are all the other documents in order as far as, the agent authorization and that sort of thing?
That's what we're currently looking at. The county attorney's office is currently doing that, so we don't have an answer as of yet.
Okay. Well, thank you, applicant. I think we still need to continue this case a few minutes so that Development Services can confirm it can go forward tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're still going to put RZPD 25-0457 on continuance for a few minutes, and we'll move on to the next case.
Our next item is D7, Major Mod 25-0583. The applicant is requesting a major modification of PD 89-0052. Chris Greenlaw with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation, and there is a revised staff report that either will be handed out to you or was previously handed out with you, correcting a square footage typo and a front setback typo, and removing a condition because it repeats what's already required in the LDC.
All right. Thank you. Applicant?
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, and I'm going to be really brief with my presentation since I know that staff will do a great job on theirs. Subject property is located east of the interstate along Fowler Avenue. It's located in an area that's designated SMU 6. This is what the aerial site looks like. It is a mobile home park, mobile home RV park currently. We did a modification last year on the easternmost portion of the site to allow for that mobile home park. What we're here this evening asking for is a further modification to that. On the left-hand side, you have development option 1, which is the existing original zoning approval. And the property owner doesn't own or control all of that PD, so we're only modifying a portion of it, but we're not changing anything with respect to option 1. That remains the same. On the right-hand side, you see our proposed rezoning plan, and you'll see that easternmost part of the site is proposed for light industrial, approximately 175,000 square feet. And essentially what we're asking for is all M uses that don't constitute heavy industrial uses. We are asking for 2 PD variations, and staff is in support of those PD variations. The one is a variation to screening between parcel A and E and a folio to the south. We're asking for a 10-foot type C instead of a 15-foot type B, so we're increasing the type of screening but decreasing the width. And then we are asking for a reduction in between parcel AE and parcel D to a 10-foot type B instead of a 30-foot type C. There's common ownership between the parcels, so we really view that as an internal buffer and screen between the two. and staff has reviewed our justification and have found them supportable. And with that, we have Planning Commission has found is consistent, subject to conditions, and Development Services has found the proposal as supportable, subject to conditions. And we have our project engineer and our transportation engineer, should you have any questions.
All right, thank you. No questions for you.
Evening, Chris Graham-Lenard again. I have the revised reports I'd like to hand out. The applicant, I'm here to present application major modification 25-0583. The applicant requests a major modification to the existing planned development, PD 89-0052, for a 28.3 acre property at 9401 East Fowler Avenue in Thonotosassa. The PD is approved for 2 development options. Option 1 is approved for RV and boat storage, commercial office, and RV park within 6 development parcels. Option 2 is approved for RV storage, boat storage, and mini warehouse, commercial, a mobile home park, and an RV park within the 5 development parcels. The proposal seeks to change the approved uses in option 2 for parcel pods A, E, and C from a mobile home park, mini warehouse, and boat, and RV storage to light industrial, totaling approximately 11.45 acres. The remaining PD elements in option 2 and all of option 1 will remain unchanged. The area modification is situated between Fowler Avenue to the north and Highway 301 to the south. Zoning districts permitting intensive commercial and manufacturing are found within the general area. Building height has been limited to between 35 and 50 feet, or with an additional setback required when over 35 feet in height. Staff supports the proposed major modification as it represents compatible evolution of the existing planned development, aligning with the intent of SMU 6 and the Thonotosassa Community Plan. The introduction of light industrial uses in pods A and E and C allow for a more diverse economic base within a well-established PD while maintaining compatibility and adequate buffering and screening. Staff finds the request approvable, subject to the proposed conditions. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. No questions for you.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission.
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. The proposal meets the intent of Flu Objective 4.4 and Flu Policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of a mix of uses. Flu Policy 4.4.1 states that any density or intensity increases shall be compatible with existing proposed or planned surrounding development. Development and redevelopment shall be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses, the creation of complementary uses, mitigation of adverse impacts, transportation, pedestrian connections, and gradual transition of intensity. The mobile home RV park uses allow for an adequate transition of uses between the aforementioned roadway intersections and the existing single-family homes to the west of the subject site. The proposal also includes land uses that are similar to those existing in the surrounding area, making this request consistent with Flu Objective 4.4, Flu Policy 4.4.1, and Flu Policy 4.7.4. Overall, staff find that the proposed use is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Based above the above consideration, goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find that the proposed modification is consistent with unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, and applicant?
Cami Corbett, I just wanted to say that we did see the revised staff report and are in agreement with those conditions, just for the record.
Thank you. All right, this closes the hearing on major modification 25-0583. Next case, or are we going back? Are we ready to go back to?
I believe we do have information on D5,
Okay.
250457. It does appear that that case is in order. There's no issue in terms of the notice.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe where we were with that is we were at the applicant's testimony. And so we're ready to hear, no, what did we hear on that? Where were we on that case? Did we hear from Development Services report? We did hear that. Okay. And we heard from, did we call for public comment? We heard from Planning Commission. Okay. I have to remember where we were on this. So we had public comment. We're back to the applicant's rebuttal and summation. Okay. So applicant, come forward, please. All right. Thank you. So at rebuttal and summation, I guess you've clarified for the record that the applicant's name was just a typographical error.
Yes.
Staff has confirmed all the other documents in the case are in order, so the case can go forward. Did you have anything else for the record that you wish to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That closes the hearing then on rezoning PD 25-0457. All right. Thank you.
Our next application is item D8, PD 25-0587. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD 90-0052 and PD 14-0314 to a new plan development, which would be 25-0587. And Jared Follen with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with HAV 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. So the site here is approximately 19.5 acres. This is known as the Advent Health Carewood Hospital. And our proposal is to, actually I'll go into the future land use zoning first. So the future land use is office commercial in the majority of the site with a strip of residential 20 on the east side. The zoning has two approved plan development on the on site. The first one is the medical office just north of Hamilton Avenue, which is approved for 34,000 square feet of office use. And the existing hospital is approved with an FAR of 0.56 with uses usually associated with the hospital. So here's the request. You'll notice the existing conditions did not have any square footage or anything, so we are requesting, 456,500 square feet of hospital use. The 73,350 medical office use is already existing, and we are also adding for a parking garage. So what you have here is in the middle of building envelope A. There's like an open green space there, but they're going to be developing there, expanding the hospital use. And with the expansion of the hospital use, that will, they have this energy plant that they're expanding, which I show here in the yellow squared. And then with all this, Advent Health has had serious concerns with not enough parking for staff and everything. And so when they were able to acquire this site, that was a perfect site for the parking garage. And so that's what they're proposing there. With the parking garage and discussion with staff, we are providing enhanced screening along the northern boundary adjacent to that wet resident, as well as, and I failed to put in there, but a waiver to the, a variation basically to the buffer and screening, because Clearview Avenue is actually less than 50 feet of right-of-way. Therefore, I need to request, I need to have a 20-foot buffer with type B screening there. But we're providing a 16-foot buffer, but there will be some screening. And this is only adjacent to here. It's only for this little portion here. But staff also wanted to make sure that the parking garage would be architecturally finished, and so this is why we've added this to the plan.
Okay, so just going back to that, just to clarify so I understand where the request is. There was a PD variation that was already in the record. Is this, what you just mentioned, the 16-foot, is that an additional variation?
No, this is, I just don't have it written down.
Okay, I understand. All right,
Yeah.
thank
I didn't
you.
want to forget it, but it was so small, and I totally slipped my mind, but.
Okay.
Yeah, and so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the county engineer found approvable there's 4 items, but a design exception for West Hamilton Road. There's been an administrative variance to allow for existing Sly Avenue to remain as is, as well as access spacing, and an administrative variance for Sterling Street access spacing. Now, for Sly Avenue, these are all existing conditions. Because we're doing a new plan development, we have to address those existing conditions. Staff recommended approval, both Development Services and Planning Commission. They found it consistent with the comprehensive plan. And basically, that concludes my presentation, and I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, no more questions for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Jared Fallon with Development Services. So this is a request to rezone an area from PD 14-0314 and PD 90-0052 to a new plan development in order to add a parcel to the hospital development for the purpose of a parking garage, amend the entitlements, and increase the max floor area ratio allowable. The conditions from PD 14-0314 dictating the hospital development will essentially be carried over to the new PD, but with the aforementioned changes. The site currently zoned PD 90-0052 will be the location of the proposed parking garage. Subject site is located along Dale Mabry Highway, which contains a multitude of commercial uses along its frontage and is located adjacent to single-family residential to the north, east, and south. The newly added parcel is located to the north across Hamilton and is adjacent to office zoning and residential zoning. The parking garage is proposed to be constructed at a maximum height of 83 feet or 7 stories and will be built within the confines of building envelope E. Due to its height and proximity to the residential to the north and portions of the east, the applicant has proposed a number of mitigation measures. Firstly, the parking garage will be required to be built with architectural features to screen the open parking decks. An example of the design is included on the site plan and will be required that the design generally conforms to the graphic. Secondly, the portions of the site adjacent to residentially zoned property will include a 20-foot buffer with Type B screening standards, as well as additional vegetation, including a 6-foot-high evergreen plants and 10-foot-high evergreen shade trees. Additionally, the parking garage will be set back 60 feet from the northern property line, but will only be set back 16 feet from the eastern property line, which is subject to the applicant's variation requests. While there is a residential home directly adjacent to the parcel, there is not a residential home directly adjacent to the east as it is vacant. With the addition of the architectural design requirements and the enhanced buffers, we support the parking garage proposal. Other changes to the PD include increasing the FIR or floor area ratio from 0.56 to 0.63, increasing the max building height of envelope B from 20 to 30 feet, and removing a number of entitlements to now only allow a hospital and a health practitioner's office, along with the list of hospital accessory uses. Based on these considerations, we find the proposed PD approvable, subject to the conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have no questions for you. All right. Planning Commission?
Good evening, Tarek Royal, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1.1 of the future land use section, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 3.1.3 requires all developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. The site is currently occupied by Advent Health Carewood Hospital. The area surrounding the hospital consists predominantly of single-family residential, light commercial, and heavy commercial uses. The parcel that's being added to the PD is adjacent to existing light commercial uses, with single-family residential properties located to the north. The Development Services Department has established a condition of approval requiring that the northern facade of the proposed parking structure to incorporate architectural features that help mitigate visual impacts on neighboring residential properties. This condition is essential to Planning Commission staff determination of consistency. The The proposal to incorporate a 1.92 acre parcel into the overall hospital operations meets the intent of Fluid Objective 1.1 and supports long-term operational needs for the hospital. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use is an allowable use in the office commercial 20 and the residential 20 future land use categories and is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. Based upon those considerations and the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find that proposed plan development is consistent with unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions for you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Applicant. Okay, applicant says nothing further. So this closes the hearing on rezoning PD 25-0587.
Our next application is item D9, Major Mod 25-0694. The applicant is requesting a major modification of PD 13-0125. James Baker with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson representing Mattamy Homes this evening. Subject property is located in the Riverview area. It's along the Alafaya River, east of 301. It's got a future land use category of R4. There is R6 to the east and R2 and R4, R6 to the west and R2 and R4 to the east. And you'll see there are a variety of zonings ranging from RSC6 to RSC4 and PD in the immediate area. This is an infill development, much like many of the infill developments right in this immediate area that have been recently approved and recently developed. You'll see to the north, there's Riverside Bluffs, there's Spring Rose, which is 3.18 units to the acre. I can't pronounce that, K Homes there, which was developed at 3.61 dwelling units per acre. And then you go further south and you'll see some older developments, but also infill in the 2.75 dwelling units to the acre to 2.53, and what we are proposing is 2.55 dwelling units to the acre. So there are other developments, infill developments in this area that are consistent with what we're requesting. The site is already approved for development. There's an existing planned development for a 60-bed assisted living facility with 3 single-family detached lots directly on the river and with 3 docks. This is our proposed PD site plan. We are asking for 27 single-family lots. You'll see all of the development impacts are directed away from the Alafaya River. We're asking for a minimum lot size of 50 feet, minimum lot width of 50 feet and a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. And we are proposing 2 docks in those locations. This was our original site plan, which you see was more intense. It was at 3.11 units per acre, and it had an internal loop road. But after receiving input from the community and looking at our design, we actually reduced the density and actually we're highlighting the natural features, and we've added some plantings and bufferings that's not otherwise required. We've committed to a 100-foot dock setback from the property line, from where the dock is located to where the property line is. So you have direct that away from the existing lots to the north. That's on the northern side of the site. We're providing enhanced landscaping, a 10-foot type B buffer with a 6-foot perimeter fence along the south side, and along the north side, we're providing native plantings in the areas where indicated on the site plan. To the north, most of the lots abut driveways. You'll see the single-family homes that are served by those driveways all of those homes are oriented towards the river. So our lots will be developed adjacent to their driveways. And on the south side, you'll see that our lots are buffered by a stormwater pond. So on the northernmost side, we have a 125 minimum setback to an existing structure. And on the south side, again, 125 minimum setback from the nearest residential structure. We've also committed to doing very specific landscape standards along the entry road. That's intended so that the outward appearance of the development remains sort of in line with the character. It is buffered and screened from the existing development, and these details are referenced in the conditions and their commitments that we have made. We are also providing water and sewer improvements for the development. And then lastly, these are just some renderings of the types and quality of homes that Mattamy will be developing in this surrounding area. Again, there are multiple future land use policies that support a finding of consistency. We have no objections for reviewing agencies. The Planning Commission has found this compatible with the existing area and consistent with the comprehensive plan, and Development Services has found it approvable subject to conditions. We do have our development team, our project engineer, our project planner, and our traffic engineer, so do you have any questions?
All right, thank you. No questions for you.
James Baker, Development Services. This subject property is zoned PD 130125, is plus or minus 10.6 acres, is located on the east side of Alafaya Drive, approximately 200 feet south of Church Drive, from agricultural to single-family conventional AC1 to residential single-family conventional RC4 to a planned development to allow a 46 square foot, 60-bed assisted living facility and 3 single-family detached lots adjacent to the Alafaya River with ASC1 development standards. This major modification proposes to provide for a master-planned, small-scale, suburban infill residential community and to remove the assisted living facility as a permitted use and to increase the single-family detached use from 3 to 27 lots. Although smaller lots are proposed than lots that are immediately adjacent to the subject property, all proposed lots in this PD are internalized, fronting on private streets to maintain the character of existing development in the area. The applicant proposes landscape buffer tracts to be maintained by homeowner association as follows: northern buffer, 10-foot type B and 20-foot native planting area on the easternmost, plus or minus 250 feet, southern buffer, 10 feet, type B, and western buffer. These setbacks are provided although they are not required by the Land Development Code. Based upon the above consideration, staff finds the request is approval, subject to conditions.
All right, thank you. No questions for you. Planning Commission?
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. Policy 3.1.3 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed single-family use is compatible with the existing single-family residential character and density of the surrounding area. Additionally, the proposal meets the intent of neighborhood protection policies in the future land use section under Objective 4.4 and Fleet Policy 4.4.1 that requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed modification is compatible with the surrounding area. Residential 4 future land use category allows for the consideration of up to 4 dwelling units per gross acre. With approximately 10.6 acres, the subject site can be considered for up to 42 dwelling units. The proposal of 27 single-family units meets the requirement of Objective 2.1 and is accompanying policies of the Res 4 category. Overall, staff finds that the proposed major modification for 27 single-family units is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the area. Based upon those considerations, the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find that the proposed modification is consistent with the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, please come forward. How many speakers do we have? Raise your hand. Looks like there's 5. We have 5 speakers? Or are there 6?
I think 5 speakers, but a contingency of individuals.
All right, so you have 3 minutes apiece. Well, is there anyone online who wishes to speak in opposition to this case? I don't think so. All right, 3 minutes apiece.
Absolutely. My name is Dr. Colton Michael Moran, and I am a resident directly attached to the parcel of land associated with major modification 250694. I live at 11204 Riverview Drive, Riverview, Florida, 33578. I'm speaking with you today to strongly oppose this effort, which will tangibly degrade the character of a longstanding community with limited to no benefits provided to said community. Outside of alignment with the broader community in opposition to this effort, this request is simply not consistent with unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. I will also note that the statement regarding the assisted living facility is a little bit of a straw comparison, since that's been built somewhere else and that is not currently being developed and or utilized. I wanted to give a quick overview of these concerns, as I know my fellow neighbors will have specific passions they want to speak to in more detail. But the first goal of the comprehensive plan states this: maintain a land use pattern that concentrates growth in the urban service area and is supported by existing or planned public facilities and services. The homes of this community are all on septic tanks, and the roads we have are heavily taxed with current traffic density and no sidewalks. The original water lines are faltering and require significant maintenance that is ongoing. This modification is targeting growth in an area that is not in line with Goal 1. As admitted by the developer during the public meeting they had with us, it would require significant infrastructure to connect this development to enable their utilities. This community needs fostering, not to be replaced. The second goal states, ensure the character, compatibility, and location of land uses optimize the combined potential for economic benefit, fiscal sustainability, protection of natural resources, and maintaining viable agriculture. This is an area that is inhabited by peacocks and gopher tortoises that are dwindling. They have been there for generations. The deconstruction of this land and subsequent building not only exacerbates the faltering survivability of these species, but it erodes the character of the environment that people have actively sought out to live and contribute to, including myself. Goal 3, ensure the land uses decisions considered local context. Impacts on disadvantaged, underserved communities, promotes cohesiveness between new development and existing communities, reinforce community identity, and promote an overall more livable community. The development of the housing in this plan is in direct contrast to the existing community infrastructure, which is oversized lots, no HOAs, no large 6-foot walls running along perimeters, and deconstruction of said identity for this community does not promote cohesion. Overall, this proposed plan is a step in the wrong direction for the families in this area and is posed to only lead to communal conflict and tension. I, along with the community, urge you to deny this request on the grounds outlined specifically in the comprehensive plan. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, ma'am, are you ready? You can go ahead.
Yes.
We need your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Dashler, and I live at 7808 Alafia Drive, which is adjacent to the proposed development on the north side of my property. Sorry. I have appeared at these hearings many times in the past 25 years for the same purpose of objecting to a proposed development. In 2002, a variance was requested by the owners, which was subsequently denied. The property was then sold. In 2006 and 2007, the land use officer recommended denial for RZ060753 for a planned development by Dreamview Properties based on incompatibility with the character of the surrounding area and the number of homes requested. Some of the reasons cited by the hearing officer when recommending denials were presented in my opposition letter previously submitted. In summary, he said, while the proposal has been modified somewhat, the request is still found to be inconsistent with the prevailing pattern of development within the immediate area. A maximum of 3 riverfront lots and 15 lots on the overall site would be more in keeping with the development of adjacent properties. I believe these reasons are still relevant. A lot size of 50 feet by 100 feet is certainly not compatible with the character of the surrounding area. We believe, as was stated by Kathy Castor during a previous hearing, that 12 to 15 homes would be compatible with the existing surrounding area. In 2013, an amicable agreement was reached between Dreamview Properties and the neighborhood that their plan for 3 lots on the river and the ALF would create less impact on the surrounding properties, which would include issues such as lot size, noise, traffic, roadward lighting, and potential crime. We therefore withheld our objections. However, their plan never came to fruition. The property was subsequently sold in 2022 to the current owner, who told us he intended to build one single-family home on it. Now we are here in 25, revisiting these same issues. The developer has submitted a concept plan, MM25-0694, to modify the previously approved PD to build 27 homes on postage-sized lots of 50 by 120, which is 0.14 acres per lot, with only 10 feet between the homes. It goes against all previous rulings regarding the character of the surrounding community and all our other objections listed in our letter of objection filed on July 7th, 2025, and those are considerable. I also note that the size of the wetland, which the PD 13-0125 were 0.9 plus or minus acres, have now been reduced on this plan to 0.4 plus or minus. Is that an indication that our precious wetlands are disappearing? We need to protect them at all costs. In addition, please consider that Alafaya Drive is a substantial substandard roadway and deteriorating with many potholes. The adverse impact of over 2 years of land clearing and home construction and the integrity of the road and the increase in additional traffic once completed would be considerable. The average number of vehicles per household in the United States is 1.83, but for Florida it's 2.0. Multiply that times the number of trips per day, it would be extremely burdensome not only to the Alafaya Drive, but to Providence and Riverview Drives,
All right,
which
ma'am.
are already overtaxed.
Thank you.
I respectfully
Thank-
request that you recommend denial of this project.
Thank you very much. All right,
Thank you.
next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Susan Morris. My husband and I reside at 7508 Alafaya Drive, which is next to the property described in 250694. Our property borders the Alafaya and shares the entire northern border of the planned development for approximately 1,300 feet. The current application proposes, as you've heard, 27 homes on lots measuring 50 by 120. And in our opinion, that lot size, which is about 0.14 acres, are out of character with the surrounding neighborhood. Our neighborhood is a quiet, stable, low-density rural residential community. It hasn't changed much at all. I've been there for 32 years. Of single and two-story houses, there's a lot of open green spaces, mature trees, and provisions for abundant wildlife. The side setbacks are much larger than the proposed 5 foot for the planned development. Large lot sizes are a crucial element in establishing the character of our community. Previously, we submitted an analysis which assessed the existing lot sizes in the surrounding neighborhood for a half mile. The findings, and they are part of the record, indicate that the average lot size in the community is 0.9 acres. For lots located along the river, the average size is 1.8 acres. This analysis indicates that fewer than 1% of the current lots, or 1/4 of an acre or smaller, 1%. The proposed 0.14 acres therefore represent a significant departure from the prevailing lot sizes in the area and do not align with the established character of the neighborhood. With respect to mitigation, the development proposes a 10-foot buffer utilizing Florida-friendly plants and PVC fencing. However, my husband and I are concerned that there are no plans to install fencing along the easternmost northern boundary for about 250 feet. Instead, a native planting area is proposed adjacent to a recreational area, which is located 100 feet from our home. We have requested the installation of a fence in this area to reduce noise and block visual and lighting disturbances, and to prevent unauthorized access to our property and dock. The developer has not agreed to our request. As been mentioned, there was a similar rezoning application, 060753, that was denied in 2007 with a 6-1 vote. It should be noted that the original application proposed 24 homes on quarter-acre lots. May I finish the sentence? And then later amended.
Finish your sentence, please. Thank you.
Yes. It should be noted that the original application proposed 24 homes on quarter-acre lots and then amended to 19 homes on approximately 0.4-acre lots.
Okay.
I'll finish. In summary, we ask you to consider the long-term implications of this development on our community and respectfully request your recommendation of denial.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Freeland. My wife and I own and reside at 7428 Alafaya Drive, Riverview, Florida 33578, which is just 3 houses down to the entrance from the proposed development and really 2 away from a practical sense, as you can see on the proposed diagram. We strongly oppose this proposal and echo the concerns of our neighbors. My wife and her 2 brothers have lived in our neighborhood for nearly 40 years. They, as well as their mom, now occupy 4 separate homes in the immediate area affected by the project. For as long as they can remember, this has been a peaceful area in which they, and now our children, can play safely. Traffic and safety is our primary concern. We have 2 school-aged children and 2 nephews just 1 street away. If you consider there's an average of more than 1.8 cars per household, according to the Federal Highway Administration, 2022. This equates to roughly 50 additional cars traveling our streets, likely multiple times per day. As you can see from the diagram, there's essentially only 1 exit from the neighborhood directly onto the street in which our private drive resides there. We ask you to keep in mind that our street has no sidewalks, no street lights, and are also already in disrepair with many potholes on the intersection of Alafaya and Church Street. As concerned parents, we know there are many other children like ours in the neighborhood, and we struggle to understand how this development does not pose a significant safety risk to our children. Flooding is also a real risk. Our home, like many others, flooded during Hurricane Helene. We've been through so much this year already and are concerned with the added risk that this neighborhood will add. A storm that I will remind everyone was followed immediately by another just a few weeks later. The property for the proposed development is currently grassy wetlands, which I would assume absorbs most of the runoff from the Alafaya Drive as well as our neighbors. Given that the front of our property is at a lower elevation than the proposed development, we believe that a lot of that runoff will have nowhere to go and pose an increased additional risk to our home as well as our neighbors. The developer has stated that they have factored in retention ponds and appropriate easements for drainage. The question becomes whether this is enough to mitigate the risks involved with a major hurricane, let alone 2. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Moore. I live at 8204 Mays Avenue, Riverview, Florida 33578. My husband, Lawrence Dotson, has been on the property for 61 years. I've been there for 30. You have heard from the other speakers why we object to this application, MM 25-0694. We do have poor roads. We don't have the infrastructure. And what I would like to say tonight, just very briefly, is you can't unbuild the houses or return the wildlife or the community once you approve this. Now is the time to say no to this unneeded development that places demands on inadequate infrastructure, leading to more decline of the neighborhood's quality of life. We don't need more houses. We have plenty of them sitting vacant. Please oppose this application. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next speaker, please. Was that it? Is that all the speakers? Okay. All right, I can't hear you from back there. You have to be on the record, please. So come to the microphone and state your name, and go ahead.
Susan Morris, 7508 Alafia Drive. I just want to say there's a lot of people that have been sitting here all night, and they are in opposition, but they didn't want to speak. Could we recognize them? Could they stand?
If they wish, all who wish to express their opposition, please stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. All right, so we're going to move on then, if there are no further speakers. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Applicant.
Cami Corbett for the record. You heard Mr. Baker in his testimony talking about the compatibility of the proposed development, and specifically how the development is internalized to address the compatibility issues with respect to the larger lots. You also heard the Planning Commission in their expert testimony testifying as to the compatibility of this proposed development with the surrounding area, and you saw the map that I put up comparing or showing you the other infill developments in and around this area. So I think all of those things rebut the competing analysis that was provided by the opposition. There was a lot of discussion about a 2006 planned development that was denied. That planned development came forward without Planning Commission support, without Development Services support, without EPC support. There was too much intensity on the river. It was not supported, so it is not a surprise that the Board of County Commissioners did not support that application at that time, because there were findings in the record from experts that was whatever was being proposed at that time was incompatible. So that's been, again, because it was denied, it's largely irrelevant. The PD for the assisted living is very much relevant, because although that particular user may have moved on from the site does have development rights, and that could be developed there. And again, I think there was a reference to being a rural area. This is not a rural area. This is squarely within the urban service boundary. It's been planned for residential 4 and residential 6 in the immediate area for many, many years. It has remained undeveloped, largely because we're at the point in the cycle where people are looking for infill development, because there is a lack of available land to develop for single-family housing. I was not at the community meeting. There was a community meeting. There have been a lot of side meetings and side discussions. We've tried really hard to come up with a site plan that demonstrates our sensitivity to the surrounding area, and we are providing buffering and screening that's not otherwise required. As far as drainage and stormwater problems, as you know, those issues are largely handled at the time of site development. We would need to comply with any rules that are in place at that time. So if the rules get more stringent because of the storms and we come in to develop, we'd have to comply with that. We do have our civil engineer here should you have any specific questions about drainage, but I don't really think that they're particularly relevant to this stage of the development. This is just the rezoning. And with respect to the substandard roadway comments with respect to Alafia, because it does not have sidewalks, it's one of the reasons why it makes it substandard. It's not necessarily substandard because of the drive aisles, and I think I would like to have Steve Henry come up and just testify with respect to what he has observed regarding Alafia Road.
Good evening, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. So we did do the traffic analysis for the project. Actually wasn't even required given the scale and the size of it, but we did do a detailed traffic analysis for the project, which showed that it only increased the traffic from what is currently approved, about 9 trips during the AM peak hour, about 12 during the PM. So a very minor increase over what is currently approved. But as far as the design exception, we did do a administrative variance that was deemed approvable by the county engineer for Alafia Drive. It is 20 feet wide. As indicated, it doesn't have sidewalks. That's the main purpose for why it is deemed to be a substandard road. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And that concludes our presentation.
All right. And this closes the hearing on Major Modification 25-0694.
Our next application is item D10, PD 25-0744. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zone AR, AS04, and PD to a new PD. Jared Follen with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson, representing Eisenhower Property Group on this application. This application was confusing to a lot of people. It's because it includes the South Fork parcel and the Carlton parcel, which are fully developed subdivisions. There is no new development affected by the South Fork, in the South Fork parcel and the Carlton parcel. But we did have to notice all of those folks. So we had 2,700 notices, and we had lots of phone calls from very confused people about on the western edge of this development. These original developments were all approved together, and there were various transfers of density between the parcels. So in order to modify this existing PD, we had to include those, but because we're adding land, instead of showing up as a major modification, it shows up as a new PD. So to clear up any confusion over any residents that might be watching this, there definitely was a lot of concern, including a woman who came this evening who thought we were proposing a wastewater treatment plant in her backyard. So I would be very concerned if that was the case as well. We assured her we were not, and we are just adding on some expansion parcels and developing portions of the site that were previously under, these were previously RP2, which is another area that was expanded. These were privately expanded and privately initiated to Res 4 and approved unanimously by the board. Again, here's the expansion area directly adjacent to the bomb parcel. You can see that that is largely platted already. And then you'll also see an existing borrow pit. So you can see the area of expansion is really only about 120 acres. Again, R4, urban service boundary. This is the existing zoning. Again, where the residential on the bomb parcel was 373. We are asking for 1,050. We are not proposing any more commercial or any office or personal general services that were previously required by RP2. This is the proposed general development plan. And we are integrating a network. The next case that you'll see is the what we call Bomb East, which is the parcel in the middle there. And again, we're going to be paying significant impact fees for these developments that we believe will offset the transportation impacts associated with the development. Again, staff has found us consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the surrounding area, and Development Services supports the request subject to conditions. And we'd respectfully request your approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Jared Follen with Development Services. I have a revised staff report I'd like to hand out. Just adds the transportation report to the end and adds information from schools, the county board's information. So this is a request to rezone an area from AR, AS-0.4 and PD 17-0619 to a new planned development. Current PD zoning consists of 3 sub-areas dubbed the South Fork parcel, the Carlton parcel, and the Balm parcel. This rezoning encompasses all 3 areas, but the applicant is only seeking changes to the Balm parcel area. The Balm parcel area was recently subject to a comprehensive plan amendment, changing the future land use from RP2 to residential 4, and the service area from rural to urban. Due to this change, the new PD looks to no longer develop the site as a planned village and seeks to increase residential entitlements, add land, modify lot requirement standards, and remove non-residential entitlements. The Balm Parcels area is located along County Road 672, Balm Waimama Road, and Sweat Loop Road. The surrounding area is predominantly residential and agriculturally zoned with agricultural and residential uses, but also includes some commercial zonings containing small-scale commercial uses. The current zoning permits 373 single-family homes and allows non-residential uses such as commercial, office, personal services, and general recreation. This new PD is removing the non-residential entitlements and increasing the total number of single-family homes to 1,050 at a density of 2.02 dwelling units per acre. Based on the nature of the surrounding area and the future land use change, staff finds no issues with the proposed development and finds the proposed plan development approvable, subject to the conditions. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. No questions.
Thank you.
All right, Planning Commission?
Good evening, Tyreek Royal, Planning Commission staff. A publicly initiated comprehensive plan amendment was recently approved by the Board of County Commissioners and became effective on June 22nd, 2025, changing the site's future land use designation to residential 4 and reclassifying it from rural area to the urban service area. The site currently consists of 373 single-family residential units with a proposed increase of 1,050 units, resulting in an overall increase of 677 dwelling units. With the site being designated residential 4, the proposed increase in residential units fits within the maximum allowable range for the site. Surrounding the property, there is primarily a mix of single-family residential and agricultural uses. The proposal to rezone to planned development to add land to the bond parcels, which result in 677 additional single-family dwelling units, meets the intent of Fluid Objective 1.1 and aligns with the existing residential character of the surrounding area. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use is allowable use within the residential 4 category and is compatible with the existing development pattern. And based upon that, the goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed plan development is consistent with an unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Applicant, anything further? Nothing further, okay. Applicant says nothing further, so that will close the hearing on RZPD 25-0744.
Our last and final item is item D11, Major Mod 25-0745. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 18-0304. Jared Follen with Development Services has reviewed this and will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hillsborough Henderson. This is a major modification to an existing development. This is Rodine Pit and the Grove parcel. This is also a parcel that included a transfer of density from the Rodine parcel directly to the north and the Grove parcel to the south. Again, no changes are proposed to the Rodine parcel. And we are not adding acreage to the Grove parcel. Instead, we're taking advantage of areas of land that are developable that were not previously developable under the RP2 designation. You can see that modification area in purple. Again, it's future land use R4 within the urban service boundary. This is the existing zoning. And it has, we've actually already done the site access improvements that were required for this. This was a approval that had several different options to pick from, and the developer has picked those options and they've made those improvements. The overall density is increasing from 356 to 700. It's a gross density of 3.9 units to the acre. And we're not asking for any waivers or PD variations. This is the general development plan. And then again, this is the proposed integrated roadway network with the combined conditions from both of these rezonings. You'll have an integrated network for this surrounding area, and those are all codified in the conditions. And again, we'll be paying significant impact fees to offset our impacts. And we have staff's findings of consistency and compatibility, and Development Services is supporting the application, and we'd respectfully request your approval, and we're here to answer any questions should you have any.
All right, thank you. No questions for you.
Jared Follen, Development Services. I have another revised report, sorry, adding the school board's comments.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so similar to the last one, this property, it's made up, there's two non-contiguous areas, dubbed the Rodine Barrel Pit and the Grove Parcel. This major mod is just for the Grove Parcel. It was subject to a comprehensive plan amendment from RP2 to Res 4. Basically the same thing, they're removing the non-residential entitlements and increasing the residential amount of units allowed. They're going from 356 single-family units to 700 at a density of 3.93 dwelling units per acre. We find no issues with this one and find it approvable.
All right, thank you. No questions for you. Planning Commission?
Good evening, Terry Crowell, Planning Commission staff. This rezoning has a concurrent comprehensive plan map amendment to change the future land use residential 4 and the rural area to the urban service area. Both amendments were approved by the Board of County Commissioners and were effective as of June 22nd, 2025. The proposal meets the intent of Flu Directive 4.4 and Flu Policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised mostly of single-family, public, quasi-public, agricultural, and vacant. The proposed request will complement the area as well as the surrounding neighborhoods to the east, north, and west. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use is allowable use in the residential 4 category and is compatible with the existing development pattern found within their area. Based upon those considerations, goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed major modification is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? Do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right. Applicant, anything further? All right, applicant says nothing further. So that closes the hearing on major modification 25-0745. And this concludes the zoning hearing master meeting.